Wow. Okay, I guess that's one way of putting it.
I don't want any of them throwing any shrimp on any Barbie near me. All right, you better have a permit.
And hamburgers. That's what should go on a Barbie. I mean, barbecue.
It's a burger.
Yeah, sorry.
You do?
Yeah. I feel like halfway through this, people forgot that we can't.
I know. Feel like the best.
You just sit there.
Well, Sam, two things to tell you. Thank you so much for submitting. I loved it. And number two, make sure that when this is all over, you close those three drawers that are behind you in the bottom left corner. You have open drawers. I'm not talking about my sheet on
Put a battery in.
Absolutely. There's a little something for you to hang your hat on. There he goes. Sam Davis, everybody. A man with a collection of a few hats on the floor. Well, it has come that time of the night, which is highly considered by everyone, including myself, our favorite time of the quarantine season. Ladies and gentlemen, the great, the powerful, the super regular, Michael Laird. Here's Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. It is. Yeah.
Every time someone does something goofy in the wheelchair on me, then I get tired. I know it's like a time is a time someone shuts their face off. My friends won't message me because of my high topic. I'm like good news, but that's okay. They send me signals by liking my posts. A heart from down, a heart from down. That hurts too hard. Texas is early, temptations that go to bars. Now on the sparks. The phone I'm not getting away in my boots, you push me. Don't know much about homeless, but I know it's this down closet, the one down in France. How we go when making mandatory to wear masks. Not because of corona, because of too many butterfaces. You know what this is? A badass motherfucker. They need a rich woman. Come on, guys. Boy, got fired. It's also where the habits of Cincinnati police were forces of priority. I don't know who it was, but in the end, the octagon was more like Revolution Nation Thanksgiving.
That's right. MichaelLairComedy.com. Another episode joined by the great Michael Lair. Uh-oh, looks like you have another friend in one of your wheelchairs there.
Yeah, my nose. We got another singer here.
Oh, heck yeah.
We have two now. I beat her ass so bad, he beat me one now.
Oh, I love that. Two singers.
I get out here, I'm on TV. So, yeah.
Does the new one have new technology or anything better than the old one?
The exact same chair.
It's green.
How about your tents? You have two tents. You have two things. Are they the same?
No, one's free. One's an old
Okay. Oh yeah, Michael Lair, that was an amazing performance. He's coming off of an incredible performance last week with the debut album of Ryan Bedpan. And a lot of people don't know this, but it placed #2 on the Billboard this week, right behind Kanye 6ix9ine.
Yeah, me and him are doing a duo. And because he's Puerto Rican, he can say all the N-words. Hey, can I say something? Beautiful studio and the close-up on Joburg and Jesse, they look like shots from a Broadway production of Grey Gardens.
I agree with that.
You're a Broadway superstar. Do you know what he's talking about?
Michael, by the way, happy Father's Day to you. Yesterday was Father's Day. You got a little bit mad. You tweeted out on social media that no one from the cast of Kill Tony wished you a Father's Day.
Well, no one did including my son.
Whoa,
And I go, hey, Colin, what's the deal? He goes, you weren't there most of my life, so I'll meet you halfway. And he goes, happy fun. And I'm like, alright, well, then you only my son. And he's like, oh, no, fun. And I'm like, son. And now he won't ever see me again.
Oh my goodness, what a wild ending there at the end. I did not see that coming. It was an M. Night Shyamalan twist if I've ever seen one before.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about things that you've put a lot out on social media about lately, one of the things that I also noticed was you were talking about Luis J. Gomez silencing you.
Yeah, I'm performing, I'm showcasing like the whole industry as fake. It's like the hottest ticket as fake. Me, right?
Absolutely.
And I look at my bio online. Young James, if you pull that up, my bio.
Oh, there.
Alright, now, I'm fucking walking in that picture for starters. And two, that bio makes no mention of the glory of God and his gift of Tony. It's like Louis J. keeps antagonizing. Who the fuck is that guy in that picture?
I know people are going to be shocked if they buy a ticket for that guy and you show up. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it.
I'm tired of working with businessmen who don't like money.
That's true. Louis J. famously hates money. A lot of people know that. Speaking of money, what have you done America's Got Talent yet? What's going on with that?
No, I got the emails. I'm not taking them. Here's the deal. They put me in a room. So, I was diseased. They put me in a room with a guy.
why you laughed when I originally asked you the question.
Oh, by the way, the Birdie triplets, they're on Netflix. This new show, the
Floor is Lava. Yeah,
check that out.
yeah, I watched it. It is a very interesting show. And
Hey,
they're
what the fuck does that have to do with me?
I'm just talking about people that paid it.
I mean, let's face it, the floor is also lava for you, Michael.
I never watched that garbage show.
Right, no, it's brand new. It just came out this week.
Audition for that show.
You've been getting a lot of heat lately because of that gun video last week, huh?
Yeah, get this. I've been in comedy for 20 years, and that gun video is by far my most viewed thing ever. So my point is, to all you traitors, give up.
Is there any updates? You know for sure if he got arrested or if anything for sure happened. You should send that video to the city. It'd be fun to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm melting, so I just got back to that. But thank you, Rick. Thank you. I'll try to provide you more entertainment.
Thank you much.
What else is going on?
This fucking guy.
I mean,
I even chilled it. This dog's never, town. And for that man, it's like, I want to see another police chick.
That's right.
So what else is going on this week, Michael? Anything else crazy happening?
Yeah, my fans have been sending me Tommy Hilfiger line of adaptive clothes for the disabled, and it's incredible. And I'd like to show you the underwear.
Oh, we would love to see that. Are they tearaways? You just rip open?
Why is he asking if I can find out
Okay,
in
that's right.
20 seconds?
Absolutely. Tilt that camera down.
Yeah, I know what to do. Chill the fuck.
Sorry.
Get a place. You're throwing my nuts. Everyone leave me alone.
Goodness, so defensive for a guy that's about to rip his underwear off.
Hey, first off, you see them?
Oh, the great William Montgomery shirt. Ryan J.
Yeah,
Scott.
I only wear two designers, Tommy and Egos.
That's right. Absolutely. That is a beautiful William Montgomery t-shirt drawn by Ryan J.
Fuck your fucking rimshot, dude. Alright.
Alright, here we go. Let's see these fucking disabled people underwear for the first time live on Tony. This is another first.
I'm wearing two underwear. I'm obviously not gonna show back.
Okay, are they both disabled underwear? Because I don't think those two should be that close to each other.
No, one is wearing the other.
So here we go. This is our first time seeing disabled underwear in the history of Kill Tony. You thought climbing a tree was crazy. Whoa, what is happening? Okay, we don't really need music for this. Wow. Those seem like regular underwear.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. From disabled to disabled. Am I right, people?
Oh, Declan. I'm a big fan of Declan.
Oh, Karen, no. Oh, my goodness gracious. That is incredible. So, wow.
Why does it matter underwear have that? Okay.
Yeah, that's what it needs. You can just feel the breeze on a windy day. Open that thing up. It's like a...
Alright.
Yeah, those are the underwear that come if you buy Louis C.K.'s new starstruck by him. I got to watch him the rest of the weekend.
That's so good.
All these comedy fans walking by like, holy shit, Ari Shaffir, wow, Tony Hitchcock. Oh my god, there's the dude with the giant dick.
You like, I know.
Yeah, it's my friend.
You always have these friends when you find out they have a huge house.
Yeah, it's true. And we know you do too. Is it true? We've heard rumors that sometimes you accidentally back up over the chair.
Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine named Vivian, she said if I was 6 feet tall, I'd have AIDS.
It's true. And instead, since you're under 6 feet tall, you ended up with ALS. That's how life works out.
God works in mysterious ways. But Tony, he brought me to your team, and I'm happy to be suffering from.
That's absolutely true. And, you know, the door here is always, much like the front of your disabled underwear, the door is always open for you, Michael.
Thank you. And when you want your wife back, come over.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Michael's been babysitting my wife throughout all right, Michael. Well, so much fun, amazing times, and I fucking love you.
Love to it, Dave. Love to it, Dave. I fucking love those guys. You know, they make you sound I told you all the time. Just love all you.
Michael, you are undeniably loved by absolutely everybody. The lovers of the show, the haters of the show, the cast members of the show, the family members of the show. You are universally loved in a way that I should be loved. But you are truly loved by everyone. It's incredible.
You're not as likable.
Absolutely correct. Definitely. That's why I'm switching out my sheets for some disabled underwear. I'm gonna try baby steps, you know, like you do in bed.
Yeah, no, I can't even do those.
Well, I fucking love you, buddy, and we'll see you next week.
Seriously, great fucking episode, guys.
Thank you. Great Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Michael Laird. When you get away, it's not fair. Hey! Like the cross-eyed bear that you give to me. You ought to know. See, I don't even mind. The saxophone. Like that's the singers seem hours longer when it's the saxophone. go.
Finally get one again.
What was that? Oh, you know what I mean? Alright. Well, then Manolo, like we had that one time, kick off next week's episode. But, so that means that that's tonight's episode. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. We're stopping him quick here. He doesn't seem excited about it. This is like Jeopardy when there's a champion. Here, come over here. Jump on stage with us. And, great Ryan J. Sitting right in front of that camera right there, I do believe. And he's going to right now. That's what it looks like tonight's drawing. Look at that. I can actually see it perfectly right there. Like you got Michael Bear using like a Doc Ock type of setup on top of a. Oh, it is it's Scooby-Doo is what it is. And Ryan's the cat, and you have David Lucas smoking, and I believe that's William Montgomery with a ketchup bottle. Very, very goofy William. And you got two Karens, Jesse Johnson, and Gilbert Joelman is Karens tonight. A bunch of fun stuff happening. Going back on the road. States are on the west. Jesse Johnson is here tonight. Jesse.
Oh, I don't believe it was Texas night.
No, absolutely. Trying to get Gilbert Joelman. Mostly sorry on social media is a new podcast now called Mostly Sorry. Where can they find that?
Conversations we have to talk about the fact that Red is basically all work for the shirts. I guess everybody needs information. When he does do the merchandising, he figures all the stuff out. He doesn't want to get involved. So we look at these major lawyers, which I didn't want to go to. So he does. So this is how he starts. He's hype cover. So in the front hours. So this is a little awkward, and I just want to throw it out there. Don't feel so talk to the operating community. Like you can do stand up, like my socials have this. You can do stand up till your balls track. They both start laughing. I was like, that's a really strong and aggressive. Do you think it's at all possible? Do you think it's all fair that like maybe it's like all the work and it should be split 50-50?
Right.
It's like how that's the way. You know, it's like 50-50.
Fun stuff, man.
I think there's any time to hire employees. Do you think there's any like chance like 60-40 split? Yeah. You have to do that. Like if you came there like
possible. They do really cool things out of this. The people that produce it actually make this giant wall out in front of the audience. Yeah, definitely things to do with the pictures. Trying to figure out how to do it.
I used to stress out
The show, the audience after while they're in audience and things like that.
stress
Yeah, and they keep it, and there would be more cameras watching us getting that.
trying to figure out
Makes part of the strategies that are being on camera and points. So that's going to be a thing. Anyway, thank you guys. We'll see you next week. Bye.
bad news is you still don't need a lot. Why do you say, I know you're doing elective surgeries? I know you have the money. And then here's the worst news. The juice is running. Now hold on. And now if you if the thing's running, yeah, dude. And then you charge me interest. Yeah, you know this. What you do? You're a sick boy. You got a sick boy up here. That's how you're concerned. That has nothing to do with you. You ain't let my feet. I'm not motivated by money, so it's like. I'm not motivated by money, so it's like. That's canceled too. Okay, so my show's been canceled because I take it easy on each and you can get on housing. think when I get in that car, I'm like, oh, I'm doing something. I think I'm just realizing maybe I get in when I drive like I'm doing something. Maybe that's it. I'm trying to figure out I can't afford my Tesla. But I know you got it's going to be fun. I'll get this big in the Prius. Prius. Come on, man. You see your new ride? That's amazing. And it looks like you're getting paid more than we used to like fight in the UFC or not. Yeah, I like the wires, dude. I hate it. They fall out. I love something. You work for usual wires. I still work like it 4 times a week. I find throws just because my show got canceled. It's actually us. I'm not happy about a lot of stuff. That's not your fault. Like, I have nothing to do with my feelings. That made me loud in the podcast. Like, I don't want to. I'm suppressed for so long. Oh, fuck, it's okay, right? I'm sorry, what did you say about the money? Didn't get upset on the article because the shit's getting canceled. Like, dude, it sucks. It sucks worse. Right? Like, you son of a bitches, I started doing this fucking video. I'm glad to really did it. Unfortunately, most of us, I certainly can't wait for a vaccine. I can't. And I don't think most of us can. People that can afford to, might be people who have jobs, most of us have to create a business and keep a business going. I don't have that luxury. I really don't. I don't know what I'm just very cautious and optimistic about 2021. Okay, what if 2022? I can't afford it. So, I think celebrity land needs celebrity. We also give each other money in certain situations where it just makes no sense. I hate talking about hate. And I also think we're not talking not at all. I know you guys are looking for a fighter in the rings. Well, we're doing everything we can to bring that to you, but right now, due to forces that are beyond our control, that is not possible. So, there are all these big companies now that are doing podcasts and making this big advance because they keep a lot of the and that's their shit. And you're the reason I did it. You're the reason I basically started doing podcasts. Because once Hollywood and those businesses get involved, they're just going to go the same game that they've been doing. It's these huge networks that control everything. Yeah. So you have, I see some outlandish, or you see some outlandish that are getting canceled. Yeah. And they have nothing to do with it. But you have to design a story. Don't replace me because I didn't want it. Now, yeah, no, it's going to be good. It's going to be tornadic. The belt's going to be a little tight. I'm telling you, at 53, it's going to tighten this belt. We're talking about how to expand these belts. We're talking about how to do some conspiracy theories. On top of the merch, people, we're going to sell and split the merch with you. You're a good man. I appreciate that. You know what, though? Neither one of us got in this to make money. And for me, it's awkward, especially when it comes to money. I'm not motivated by money, so it's
What's up, Clutch?
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge.
I just published an article because I didn't like the title. But it's going to change Judaism forever. It is my magnum opus in my own way. I don't know if I've ever written something. Oh, I have written stuff this long. Easily. I wrote 35 page. I wrote 35-page paper in a week on Kennedy's. Oh, really quick thing. Okay, so with a bunch of boys, well, do all the things, then tell your fucking story. Um, no one really knows for sure. Elevate Elu, Ibre Elohim, Chaim, but this is the majority of 5. 37:681, creation of the world, Adam, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava, 36:31, 137, son of Adam is born. It's 17th of Nisan, 5786, Saturday, April 4th. I have to wait to publish this thing though tomorrow. I already published it. I didn't like the title. Just could have been a little smoother. But if anybody asks, it was published on Legend. Why? Who the fuck knows what it is? For my own fucking enjoyment. Who gives a shit? This is 99 days of this bitch. That's a lot. 15 hours, 17 minutes, 46 seconds. My dad had this friend. Really? Mm-hmm. Was he? Yeah, he was a unique friend of my father's who we wouldn't have normally, I think, been friends with, but I had friends of all kinds. Motorcycles are very dangerous, or can be, especially in the past. And so most of my parents weren't at all motorcycle people, at all the opposite of motorcycle people. They knew somebody on a motorcycle. This guy was as Harley as could be. He's married to Harley, probably had 6 ex-wives, smoked cigarettes, drank all day, worked really hard, and we're going to Las Vegas together. And he actually triggered in my mind the first time I ever knew that the signs on the road meant different things. I was younger, and I remember he had to pee really badly, and he'd go, those beautiful blue signs. And the blue signs meant rest stop, as opposed to green signs, which mean go. Here's something like no one knows. Most street signs in the United States are green, and a lot of people don't know how that was done. There was like some test, I believe by, I don't know who, but somebody that had some kind of test from like 100 yards away what signs could be read the best, and green was just like in the 1950s chosen, something like that. Anyway, have you seen others? Yeah, a lot of blues. There's this weird neighborhood in Hawaii that has blue stop signs or something. That's weird. Anyway, so this Harley guy, my dad's not. I know 2 people he knew who had motorcycles. One of them was an executive at some big company. I don't remember which one, but a big company. And back then, this is like the 70s and 80s, the 70s, not even 80s. But back then, if you had a motorcycle, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, not a motorcycle, fuck, gold wings and that shit. I'm talking a Harley fucking Davidson. And so we'll get to the other guy. But this executive my dad knew would, everybody who was everyone who was an executive, or this guy was an executive. Everybody he worked with was in a suit and tie and everything. And this guy, I think, is something like this. he would come in like hardware as an executive, and people would be like, I mean, this guy was like a big dog in this company, and it was just not done then. Like maybe today it might be, I don't know. I love the phrase avant-garde, whatever. But back then, this wasn't a hipster. This was like a straight up like this this dog was there. Anyway, he was going to a um what was it? So he would come to work and in his like Harley shit as an executive. He wasn't the CEO of a major corporation, but he was big. Maybe like probably today, like some type of vice president. And no one dressed like that in the corporate world. Then. Not really even done that. But then, definitely not. And this guy, look at that male, allegedly. This guy, there's a story with something like this that, like, again, if you wore, like, chaps and blue jeans and leather vest and all that shit, um, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, you were not seen as an executive. And this guy's not seen as an executive outside of his office. He was of the corporation. They obviously thought he was doing a good job. But when he was outside of that, no one thought he was. No one took him. Everybody who saw him was like, this guy's involved in a gang or drugs or something. And his organization had a big event. I think he was like head of operations or something. Something in he was he was from the United States. He was an American, but he had some kind of corporate responsibility in Canada. And again, this was a big time executive for this organization, and he would go up to Canada maybe once a month or something with all his Harley shit, and on a Harley, and and he'd be driving on the, the freeway or highway or whatever to go into Canada into customs, and there's like a bridge before you get into customs or whatever. And he would go in and do his thing, go to Canada, check on the operations for the Canadian part of the company or whatever, and then come back to the United States a few days later after probably staying in a 5-star hotel. You know, everything just really nice. And as he'd come back to the United States, do his thing, and every month he'd go up to Canada pretty regularly. And one day, for whatever reason, maybe it was winter in Canada or something, I don't know. This guy was not from Southern California. He was, I don't know where he was from, but maybe he moved perhaps. I don't exactly know how the relationship took place, but he was unable to take his Harley to Canada one month. And so he was on this bridge to go to customs. And as he's going to Canada, like he does every month, he he took his car for, I think, I want to say, I want to say he rented it for some reason. I don't really recall the story that well. But he's sitting in traffic, and he sees it's traffic for miles before the border crossing. Just miles, and all of a sudden he sees some police officer start waving him in. And I mean, it's like miles of traffic. And he's like, oh, this is not bad at all. Like, they're letting me right on through. Look at all these suckers who are waiting in line at the border crossing. This is easy. I wonder why they keep they're all waving at him. All the police officers are waving at him, and he's like in his own lane, and nobody else is allowed in this lane. It's causing all of this traffic. And he gets to the border, and they stop him, and they say, where are you going? And he says, oh, and he's like, like, it's like, I'm an executive with whatever company, and like, oh yeah, we know all about you, and you come to Canada every month, and you got a different vehicle today. And he's like, yeah, because it's like Canada, it's cold or whatever. And he's like, they're like, step out of the vehicle, sir. And they like back then were nicer to someone that today they're get on the fucking, like no matter who you are, they're gonna be like, get the fuck out and pulling guns on them and shit for stupid shit. And he's like, okay, why do you want me out? Why do you? What did I do wrong? They just like step out of the vehicle. He steps out of the vehicle. Now normally you go through the border, it's just a few minutes, no big deal. He does it all the time. But this time, he is sitting there watching them take this car apart. Every nut, every bolt, every seat cushion, everything. They take this entire car apart. Right there with all this traffic. And he's just sitting there looking as they take the engine apart, they take the tire bolts off, they take the muffler off, everything. And they look through this car. And they find nothing. Now, as I tell the story, now I kind of recall, maybe, I could be wrong. I might be mixing these two stories up with two people, but another one has to do with a private plane. We won't go into that story. But they take this entire car apart. And they find nothing. And the executive's like, what's going on? They're like, we received a tip from someone that said that you would regularly come to Canada basically bringing in drugs. And we can't find anything. And he's like, are you kidding me? I'm an executive at this company. And they're like, yeah, but look at you. And he's like, yeah, we dress this way sometimes, for whatever reason. And they're like, you don't have any drugs on you? He's like, no, I don't do drugs. They're like, but look at you. And he's like, I don't do drugs. That's not what I do. I'm a straight-laced person. I just dress like this. And they're like, all right, well, take your car. And he goes, that's not my car. It's a rental. And he just starts literally walking back to the United States across the bridge and just left the car there. And that's the story. Now, who called the tip in? I want to say it's like a scorned lover or something, or an angry ex-wife or something, but I don't know if that's for sure. Something like that, though. But basically, he just walked back across the bridge and left a fucking car there in all its parts. Like, that's not my car. We always thought that was funny. Okay. Literally, no Harley people. Well, here's the thing. Definitely, if we were gonna know anybody, it would be like some weird, but like different, interesting individual. Okay, so the next guy. So at the end of that story, yeah. So the guy just walked back across the bridge, back to the United States. Just left the car there, uh, which is hilarious. Not my car. All right, the next story is my. We were on our way to Las Vegas. You know, depending on the way you go, it can be a drive, and there are these blue signs. And I remember this guy we knew. His name is I don't know what his real name was. No idea. No one knew what his name was. Everybody called him 99. His mother called him 99. His friends called him 99. His coworkers called him 99. He made a good living, and at this organization, everybody called him 99. No one knew his name other than 99. Now, this is a guy who was a Vietnam veteran. I remember he was just different than anyone I had ever seen before, and leather vest, those gloves that are like Andrew Dice Clay gloves, like the finger gloves. Um, just a rough guy, but made made for the time very good money. So it's not like but he was, everybody called him anyway. And my dad didn't know him at first, but eventually would start asking people at this organization. They didn't work together. They didn't work in the same organization, but just in uh, got to know, like, who's this guy? He was like always got the leather on everything. Like, oh, that's 99. Why did they call him 99? And there's this phrase, and I'm gonna slaughter it, but it was everybody would, when anybody would ever ask him that, or ask why are you called 99, his answer and anybody else's answer they told to tell, or who would say what his answer was because he's 99% batshit crazy. That's what the answer. And was he? He's a dangerous dude. Not like he wouldn't hurt you. No. Yeah, I shouldn't say he was a dangerous dude. I misspoke. He lived a dangerous life. And he would get on this Harley and cruise around and boots and leather and studs and all kinds of things. And I remember I had only met him, like like we went. It's not like we stayed together or anything like that, but we were in I want to say, and I could be wrong with this, but it was like an executive, what you would consider like a Sprinter van today, but it was like I forget what they call it, like a conversion van, like a nice. They like made it like nice for um, shuttles to places, perhaps wherever. It wasn't a limo, but I've been in limos, but it was like uh, as I recall, it wasn't like a normal like I don't. It was just a different. I don't know. I was younger, so I remember him saying those beautiful blue signs. And he had like hip flasks and like this was back in the day when you could like that was like you wouldn't be seen as having a problem. It'd be like, oh, what would they call you? They would call you. That was just like life for a lot of people. Anyway, this one day I overhear my parents and something, and they're like, my dad said to my mom, "You're never gonna believe what I found out today." Like, what's that? 99 died. She's like, what happened? And apparently, now I don't know this for sure or whatever, but he was drunk as a skunk on his motorcycle near a very prominent intersection. And this is the story. I don't know, but either he got T-boned or hit by a red light. He went through a red light or something, or perhaps he had the right of way. I don't know. But his body traveled over 100 yards and went through the field goal post of a local school. Now, is that true? No, because I know that school didn't have a field goal post there. But that's the story that was being told. Like, basically, he went so far on this fucking motorcycle that there was just like, there's no way this guy's making it. Like, there's no like, hey, check his pulse. No, his pulse is back at the 30-yard line. Like, nothing. And so this guy, he ended up dying. Which, may never be a blessing. I'm talking about him now. 35 years later. That was 99. And he was a badass. Really, yeah. And how did you know these people? From the corporate world. They were not like members of our, like, a religious community or something. Just in the corporate world, you'll meet people of all shapes and sizes, kids, backgrounds, or whatever. And some people, you never know, are like really, really successful but don't dress that way. And then there are some people who are perhaps not as successful but do dress like, dress for the job you want, not the job you have kind of mentality. Total. Anyway. So that's 99, and we're at 99 days. Anything else about 99? I used to play this game called Full Throttle. It was a LucasArts game, which is a really cool game. It was like a cartoon story game. I loved this game. I still love it. I played it not now. I mean, like maybe a few years ago. Just play it again, see what it was like. And it's a beautiful game. It takes place in like the Southwest, but like you don't really know where. They have these like flying cars, which is really interesting. It takes place in like a dystopian future. It's the first time I had ever seen that, where like a corporation is like taking over stuff. Take a car corporation wants to buy a motorcycle manufacturer, like a small time motorcycle manufacturer. And I just remember, and like you have to fight some guys on the road in these canyons and stuff. And I remember I felt like 99 was like, would have been like, they were, what were they called? The gang you're part of, called the Polecats, or whatever that is. Anyway, really quickly on that story. I would play this game, and I'd play it and play it and play it and play it and play it. And I could not get past this one part. It was just like impossible. And I think I'm not a big fan of cutscenes. I'm always like go, go, go. And so I think there was a cutscene earlier in the game that kind of gave you some foreshadowing of how you could get past this one part of the level. But I did not. I never could do it. There were two games that I really struggled with. One was on Sega CD called Sewer Shark, and that was like the first game I ever had a Sega CD. And Sega CD was wild, really good graphics. I remember they had this game called Prize Fighter or whatever. It was like a first-person boxing game, and it was really cool. And they would do like videos as opposed to like normal fighting or whatever. Anyway, that was a cool game. That one I could beat, but like this Sewer Shark, I don't think I could beat. it was just really weird. It was a weird game. It was like underground tunnels and stuff. Anyway, with this other game, Full Throttle, I'm playing this game, and I couldn't get past this one part. I didn't know how to do it. And so one day, my mom and I were at Barnes and Noble, and I begged and begged and begged for the strategy guides. Strategy guides used to be really big. I used to read strategy guides just like for different games and like come up with like put things in spreadsheets and like all kinds of data. What'll happen if these two guys fight in a video game? Who's gonna win? Who's got the most hit points and all that other stuff and speed and it's like whatever. But I mean that was like really important. What if there's an army of these guys? All that. Love that for games like well, Civilization had a strategy guide that came with it, really thick. That was Civilization 2, I should say, which is like to this day it might be my favorite. I think it is. I love Civilization. But Age of Empires is the big one. Age of Kings, Age of Age of Empires, whatever that. Like those are so big. The the two something. Anyway, those are big. No, Age of Empires, The Conquerors. Love all that shit. And then they came out with an Age of Empires 3, which is okay. There were some shitty parts of it though. The thing is, in those games, I could never get enough troops. There was always like I think a limited 200 population or whatever. Anyway, I always wanted more people, but for processing, computers couldn't handle it. Anyway, I'm playing where I'm at Barnes and Noble, and I see like Full Throttle, this book, and I'm like, oh, I have to have this. I have to have this. I have to have this. And I beg and beg and beg and beg. And this was very exceptional, but we were able to get it for whatever reason. Maybe I'd been good, maybe we had whatever, like, but we got it. And I went and I read it and I read it and I read this thing that like basically it was a timing thing. It wasn't like a skill thing or whatever. It was about like fighting a guy on. So you'd be going through this um, canyon and you have like two guys next to each other, or like there'd be a guy on a motorcycle, and you come up next to him, and you like kick him off his motorcycle and steal his shit, and then you get his like there's like a chain and a tire iron and some other shit, and then there's this one like alien. It's not alien, but it was something like gang, and um, they would always whoop your ass. There's like no way to beat them. Okay, so this was a game where you had to like use different things in the game to do something. So you get this slime and you throw it at the guy, and if you threw it at the guy at the right time, or no, you threw it at the guy, he would fall over, or whatever. You got his glasses, and then you got his glasses, and then you could see into the secret cave, and then the secret cave had some shit in it, and I needed the strategy guide for that. Anyway, after that, I just whatever. There was this guy in this game. He made my friends and I laugh so hard. I forget what it was. He would like spit out, or he had teeth that fell out, or something. That you had to use like a little RC car at like this what do we call it, like a monster truck rally or something. It wasn't a monster truck rally, but it was like a demolition derby. That's what it is. Anyway, there's just a really interesting game. And then once I beat that game, they have like trailers to the next game. There's another LucasArts game that I think I played the um I played the they call it a demo. I played the demo of it. It was called Grim Fandango or Grim Fandango or something like that. Which I wasn't really too into, but it had this art style that I still think would be really important. It's like this Day of the Dead kind of game that it's just like not my thing. But this art style was really interesting, where it would be like real pictures but with cartoons and stuff. I don't really know how to describe it. It's almost like pop art or something. Anyway, um, I remember I was in Nashville once, and I saw this He had this like mural and this pop art kind of thing, and I thought, wow, if you use art like that kind of art style, you can do anything with because you can use real people. Like the Simpsons art is a thing. Family Guy's a thing, even though they do cutscenes, which gives their show a lot more versatility. But this kind of art is different. It's like I don't know, this is like almost like Andy Warhol, like pop art with other things. You could combine things, and I thought, wow, that would really make that type of art really versatile. Like you can do anything with that. Anyways, at the end of your story, 99. So, what are your thoughts? Um, well, I never been a fan of motorcycles because they're dangerous and everything. But there is an invention that the jackets that expand that I think would be more helpful. And I think like if they made a whole ball, that would be much better, safer. And then I don't know, maybe someday, yeah, someday I might consider it. But came very close to working as an accountant for a motorcycle company. Though I still don't know how it's said. How is it? Uh, Denison or something? I don't know, some Italian company in Costa Mesa. And BS my way to get that job. But then I got a better job, better offer immediately. Like I had like a choice of different jobs at the time. So, anyways, at the end of your story, Denison, something like that. But I remember at the time they were developing this jacket to make things safer. And I thought that was cool. And it's out. Anyways, at the end of your story, would you have liked working at that motorcycle organization? Yeah, pretty hot reception. Italian man, I can tell you that. Um, no, I wouldn't have liked it. Why? I don't know what I was doing. I was just being FPS in my way. But to quote my previous boss, who had an accounting degree from the University of California, she was the chief financial officer. You're the best accountant I've ever met. All right, are you done? Is that enough? Yeah. Anything else you want to review before we get into the shit? Oh, so you published this article? Is it going to be big? Yeah. And what's the argument that's coming out? The cool that fish thing. Really, it's a really difficult argument. Have you ever worked this hard on an argument? I don't think so. It's like the sword and the stone of Judaism for Shabbat. But no, I've never known anybody to make the argument. It makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. I think there are other arguments in it as well that are valid, but perhaps halakhically they're a little weaker. But to me, the 1 out of 7 is pretty simple. Anyway, is that the end of your story?
And welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hexalot mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it, it's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living, we can choose a different world, and that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush, or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shinokoma mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. So there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hexalot or Merkava literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you were a little kid, you would sit in the big kid chair, you would sit in, like, the big people chair, and you would be, like, real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's, like, a really worn-out, like, greedy recliner that's super comfortable that your, like, granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasam Persian unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow and right eyebrow and left ear and right ear and all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, a very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkabah or Koma literature in the Guide to the Plex. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Plex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Malcolm Fellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I happen to believe that it's true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student and asks them to see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the liberal arts by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I didn't. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survived, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving into the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, who we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you, is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what might be called quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head, like downloading information. Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed. It links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkabah mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are where we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. So just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast then before we jump right in. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good, great. So when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, I just better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room some other kind of mistake. Alright, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that, really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy. We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic users. So, right did it right with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. But what do witches do? Well, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about tonight. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic because you can't. You can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through fire, probably an indigenous Canaanite practice, of Kosim of Kosamim, a Me'onin, a Menachesh, a Mechashef, and a Chomer of Chever, and one who asks of an oath or a Gedeoni, and the one who seeks the dead, Dorish Mikti, right? Now, what you see here, right, is that I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. Alright? A Me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A Mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? A Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Gedeoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation which is muslim, which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus, and that line, and I have to say, this line, Mechashefa lo techaye, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechashefa lo techaye, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right? That is literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not the witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line justified. They lean heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mechashefa lo techaye. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand the Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Mechashef, right? The masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. So at any rate, what do we do with this Mechashefa lo techaye, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim of Urim. The Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device. I don't know exactly how it works. We don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. If I say it worked, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of the Sotah ritual, there's no man that's suspected of adultery that goes through this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand and ash and things, and drink this, and assuming that if she's committed adultery, it would cause her stomach to go upset, and she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being an onen or a menachesh, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? great thing. So, ditto, right? You find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishbu, which does mean evil magic word. And look at that, right? Looking fine, right, with the word Makashekha, right? You can see, if you know some Hebrew, right, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right, and the pu sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible, into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word makashekha as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but it can be true from the Akkadian word kishbu. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitiv Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's good reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound when thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about the Hebrew Bible. And I find that to be profoundly interesting, right? Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is a material history, and we have to deal with it as such, right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were doing magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some level? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors, right? These people do this, we don't do that, right? These people do this, we don't do that either, right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kesanim, don't be a Me'onim, don't be a Menachesh, right? Don't be a Chover Cheres. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Menachem down the road, or Saba down the road, and they can like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life, or curse crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers? They can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead. That's all very anxiety-producing. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites once they've adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic. Then later on, fallen angels will teach people all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of Enoch. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. But where else would it be found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Baalat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov, or being an Ov, back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Baalat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Baalat is relatively clear. It just means Baal, means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is the one that's in control. Whatever. Aside, the Baalat Ov here is a mistress. She is she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking, and she's a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to Av. It may be roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead, right? Now that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancer, right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Baalat Ov. But we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know this story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here, and she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel, and she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim, right? She's terrified of that, and she says, "I see an Elohim coming up from the earth." Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in Akkadian text and Ugaritic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to Rephaim as giants. It's a really mysterious term in Hebrew. At any rate, the Baalat Ov at Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they had bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, and he dies the next day. In fact, he commits suicide, dreadfully. on the battlefield. So the Baalat Ov is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text never says, and the Baalat Ov was full of it, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it at some level, and she obliges him. So the Baalat Ov is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, we can imagine. So the image of the Baalat Ov, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Baalat Ov, because it indicates that she's an expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible and so anyway. So the Baalat Ov of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baalat Ov. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird, specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal. Because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the 1st century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile of the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know, there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survive all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period, in the apocalyptic period. And
We see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon wrangling. Demon wrangling. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple and the second temple period was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Choni the circle maker, right? Who is famous. I think this is my partner, Rabbi Alon Albert's favorite rabbi of all time, is Choni the circle maker, who we had the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Choni, as you may know, is infamous for forcing God to make it rain. But not make it rain a lot, right? Choni said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually God made it rain, but God punished Choni, made it a torrent. And Choni said, that's too hard, God. Turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Choni left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Choni, because the idea here was that Choni was using powers to manipulate God. That's a thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and the Messiah, his name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus, although I think calling him Josh would be fine with him. Yeah, his name is the Jewish, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central chord of Christianity, would probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Chanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yeah, Chanina ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Chanina ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines as well. There's great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll get to that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman. All of the guys that think invented Superman were Jewish, so I don't know, maybe the laser eye thing they learned in Cheder, I have no idea. I'd like to believe that Superman's laser eyes. Are attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai, but I'm just going to believe that. I'm just going to go believe that. That they are derivative of Shimon Bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. Bimachir, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism. The Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. And that may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, oh, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats are around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like abjurations, magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons, and that's bad. So why don't we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts some, so you're always drinking the wine in odd numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, if you've ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat, we always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. So the demons will get invited to our house and eat our food. Not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home on Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or a Duolingo class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with a demon, and it causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts in the Tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. But again, the more women or the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, it's clearly misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, the link with women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. That's witchcraft. You see it, the other end, right? When men do it, yeah, we can get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And this again, here's an example of what seems to me patently a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate Gittin in the Babylonian Talmud. Gittin has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy, not a very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. Looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredibly big, right? The boundary between all these things is big. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, 8-week class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Spark Notes version tonight. But I can guarantee you, if I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton in here. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, hope folks will forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek Magical Diary, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you really want to read the entire incantation. But 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. And I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this into a fire and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn for me. We even have Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who Rachel was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, just looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this what survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shop or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would cause people, rich people, or cause people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to find. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're bound with chains. And then an incantation would be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl, right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cool. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew, vaguely. Well, not everyone can read, so if you couldn't read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you get your chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to, these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're bound with chains. And then an incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl will be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl, right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls are meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew, vaguely. Well, not everyone can read, so if you couldn't read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tuesday arts and crafts for little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Vodka day. They're going to make anything. Let them make little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put it under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis in trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again the Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up, folks, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaRazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. So if you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sefer HaRazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo of Giza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, it could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use as magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you and it uses these various magical, it manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Torah literature does something similar, allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses because you really get salty sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Charbon de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings of Hebrew Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell. And those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible, making people fall in love with you, cursing people, and turning invisible, the same kind of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and then used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well. And then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history. Dangerous place. Another famous text, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't do astrology, well, again, you got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses angel magic and astrology to manipulate various forces in the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allows you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army, which doesn't want to 7-nation army, whatever, right? Your Jack White quote wrote by Miles Bavarian, right? But you can use the Sefer, the Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names of God, and you fast and sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear an identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, so it's horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach. The book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer Hamal, which is still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you to kamayot or amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year-long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel Hamalach, is said to have power even just having it. Like I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on Kamayot, books on amulets, books on magical songs to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities you want to go. I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and I look through the shelves and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world were also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there, and Isabel Freeman Center right, all the way to the B'nai B'rach, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnation is always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of their being practiced in the Haredi Black Hat world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Rothschild and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. If you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish.
other podcast, and Tom from their podcast actually got onto your show. Squad Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hitchcock.
Yay! Hello, everybody. Where is that one? Hello. Hello, everyone. Look at this. It's so good to be here. We are live in one of Red Band's many bathrooms. This is very exciting. This is what it's come to. This is the new era of Kill Tony. Sure, we did theaters and massive venues. And here we are now, everyone. We are in the backseat of a Tesla, live streaming Kill Tony. This is what it's come to. We are one step away from being street performers. Actually, that might be the next move. We might be doing Kill Tony live on the streets.
We might just have to go to a park and set up some amps. That might not even be a bad idea.
We got to start improvising because this shit is stressing.
I know. Every week we have a different studio now. That's how. I didn't even think we were going to have a show this week because you were out of town with Rogan.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, what are we going to do?
Yeah, no, I was back on Saturday night. This new Rogan life was pretty good. We went from being on stage to Houston to being...
Yeah, how was that? Because it's been, 3 months?
It was unbelievable. It was the fucking greatest thing ever. I don't know how to describe it. It's like doing what you love to do more than anything. And then not doing that, which you did every day or every night forever for 13 years, and then taking 3.5 months off, and then doing it at a great place, Houston, Texas, the record-holding city for one of my favorite places to go on the road, but record-holding for most ever Kill Tonys on the road. And they just fucking get it out there. Texas gets it. They always have. I've always gone there quite a few times a year, and so it was a fucking blast. The first set, figuring shit out. Stand-up's weird. It's not like a script that you memorize. You're sort of feeling it. There were some parts where I was doing, I mixed in a lot of new stuff. There's also parts where the confusing part was doing some of the old jokes that I had well tightened up before. And I was doing the setups for them, like I was saying them into the microphone without really knowing what I was going to say next. It's like I remembered the setups and had to...
Did it make you write something new? Like, oh, I didn't even think about this.
Oh yeah, a lot of new stuff. A lot of very fun new stuff, improvising off of Joe's Spotify deal. And some Chris D'Elia material, believe it.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Stuff I wouldn't do on a podcast, I do during my stand-up, so...
how did that work out?
Really, really, really well. Turns out people like new, fresh, topical, fucking whatever. Stupid shit. So yeah, it was a blast, and here we are, the great Brian Red Band, of course, Death Squad Studios, and we have a special guest, David Lucas is here.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Glad that you're here, because as you know, we always talk about dildos and booty holes with you. And I don't know if you know this, but I've been getting a lot of dildos and booty holes lately. And this episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve, the #1 adult toy superstore. Adam and Eve says the best part of staying at home is playing at home. Toys for men, toys for women, couples toys, every kind of lube and lotion, lingerie, and so many other sexy gifts.
I actually use it. I bought something for my girlfriend, and it was cool. It was easy to use. They have everything. And this discount coupon code that we have took a lot off the amount that we have. They have vibrators, they have lube, they have adult movies if you want that, and it gets shipped to you in a box so that your neighbors don't know what you're getting. And it was awesome because I can't wait to show you. Maybe I'll bring it to the next Kill Tony when I bought her.
It's a good thing they put it in a box. It'd be weird if they had. It'd be weird if they had like a clear dildo-shaped container.
Well, it just doesn't say Adam and Eve on the outside of it,
Right.
so people don't. Street.
No, of course. You should all take advantage of the downtime right now and choose almost any one item and get 50% off at adamandeve.com with the code KILLTONY. When you do, you'll also get 10 free boredom-busting gifts, including 6 spicy movies, a 3-piece bonus kit, and the best of all, free shipping delivered discreetly to your door. Just remember to use the code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY at checkout for this amazing deal. Adam and Eve has thousands of products, so enjoy staying at home with Adam and Eve. Go to adamandeve.com, use that offer code KILLTONY to get 50% off just about any item, plus 10 free gifts. Use the code KILLTONY at checkout. Yeah. And it goes on and on. After you have sex, after you have a romantic evening, after you finish sexually, nothing better to do. I don't know about you, Brian, but I like to eat some food. And I like to be lazy after having sexual excursions, so I Postmates it. If you're like me, you love Postmates. We love food, you love Postmates. But I love them more than ever right now because, of course, you don't have to leave the house. Delivered straight to the door. With what's going on in the world, they've created non-contact deliveries, so now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door.
Yeah, and they also have Postmates pickup, which I didn't even know was a thing, and I used it the other day, which is great because you can order from your favorite restaurants, and you're supporting your neighborhood places. I know that there's a few places in Burbank here where I've been reading that they might go out of business, and it's very depressing. So now you can go on Postmates, and you can pick it up right there. And Postmates doesn't deliver just burgers and sushi. They actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it off right outside my door. That's great. Now they just drop it off, they take a photo, and then they send you a message like, hey, it's out front. Just download Postmates on iOS or Android, find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered within an hour.
Anything you want. I've been getting, we all know Vito's gives us pizza every single week. It is incredible. And I have become recently addicted to their chicken parm sandwich. And I get it delivered straight to my door. Sometimes I'll swing by, say hi to Charlie at the shop on Santa Monica, but La Cienega, but near Santa Monica, and yeah. So anyway, for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app and use the code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Yibbity yabbity bibbity bobbity. Hello. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. Let's get the show started. We have a band on this show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. This is a tight studio tonight. We are all very close together. So let's see what characters they are tonight. I present to you the best damn band in the land. Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez, everyone. Here we go. Uh-oh. I haven't heard this music before. This should be interesting. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay. This is very exciting. I absolutely know who these two are. Even though it's their first time on the show, I definitely know who these guys are from the hit video game and movie, Mortal Kombat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is without a doubt Raiden and Sub-Zero. Am I correct?
You're right about this guy, but not me.
Oh, who are you?
I'm the newest Mortal Kombat character. I am the Koro Ninja.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, we've had so many fatalities, they decided to add me to the game.
Oh, okay. Man, you really could have just been Sub-Zero. Could have just rolled it that way.
I mean, I fight to the death for a living, and I'm pretty scared being in this tight little space right now, let me tell you.
I mean, Sub-Zero is such a famous historical character. What, like, he freezes people. What's your special move?
Stay over there!
Oh, are these...
Social distance.
Wait, are these special, like, Corona versions of
Just me, but right before the show started, David accidentally spit in my eye, so I'm pretty sure I have it now.
Okay.
Black people can't get this. Oh my God, this is raining. Totally not. We're 4-day.
Wait a second. What?
But it's not. It's totally not. We're 4-day.
Wow.
I started working at Trader Joe's. Oh my God.
I am so confused.
I don't know what's happening. You really have to know Will Forte really well to lock down on this one. Are you Will Forte? Is Will Forte playing Raiden? I'm a little bit.
Listen, as I said, I'm totally waiting. Not we're 4-day.
Okay. So, interesting stuff. Again, could have just been Raiden, but I guess you're Will.
I wish you could see my giant smile underneath this mask, Jody.
Okay.
What a creative way to wear a mask, by the way. That's great.
Yeah. All right. So we're here with Raiden being played by Will Forte and some brand new Mortal Kombat character. Koro. I'm not even gonna write it down. It's not even worth me writing
Stay
down.
over there!
Okay. All right.
This is the closest we've ever been in Kill Tony history.
Yes, it is. This is where we are doing the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing during a pandemic. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on the second air purifier. I brought an extra air purifier. That's a lot. Hey, there it is. Yeah. All right. This is fun. I have a remote control and an air purifier, everybody. Okay, so let's get this thing rolling. We're here. We got everyone in this fucking room. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian that we're going to watch a minute submission before has been on this show before. He has blown our minds with his previous technical abilities. We liked him, so we told him anytime he wants to send in again, he can. Ladies and gentlemen, your first submission comes to us from Drew Williamson. Here we go. There's a little music first. There you go. There it is. Drew Williamson. Here we go.
We're having a great year here at IB Our product lines, aquarium decorations, and houseplant GPS locators have redefined the tech sector. Today is the introduction of our super top secret project. We showed this to a group of investors who said, and I quote, "We don't know what we are looking at." Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to VI Shark. The most loud, powerful, wood, over-engineered pencil sharpener the world has ever seen. Let's see how it works. Simple boot up process. Simple, easy to carry, 5-step remote. Let's see how it does. Keep the RPMs up. Drop it in the easy to find receptacle. This one. Easy to find receptacle. Looks like we're almost ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it.
There it is. This is what our show is now, everybody. This is what our show is now. We started the year with, I believe, 1,900 people in a theater in Vancouver, and this is where we're at now. We are now in a closet with one another. I mean, I've always been in the closet, but now all my friends are with me. There you go. I'll beat Joel to that joke. And,
Who's Joel?
I'll be Koro Ninja. So stupid, I remembered the name. Underwear headband.
I think that's very nice.
So here we are, and Drew Williamson is joining us. Hi, Drew. How are you?
I'm good. How is everybody?
We're good, man. We're good. We're hanging in there. Everything's great. totally not about to have a fucking meltdown.
Meltdowns with Tony.
Yes, it's true. That was awesome. As silly and as dumb as it absolutely was. That's what we love here right now. How you doing, Drew? What's been happening in your world?
Not much, really. We are just running through the video games, all the free ones that we can find. We made our first purchase recently for my son, but it's a different world. We are gearing up for, I got a letter from my bosses on Broadway. They're estimating anywhere from Thanksgiving to Christmas to start opening things up.
I actually read a thing today that said Broadway is planning on not reopening until January 2021. Did you read that at all?
I haven't seen that update.
I literally read that today. Broadway, yeah. No, I know, man. I was literally, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I was talking, that's how fast things move now, is I was talking with someone about the potential of a Comedy Store being back there in some form or another, and during the phone call with the higher-ups at the Comedy Store yesterday, literally while I was on a conference call with all of them, they found out that the mayor of Los Angeles closed all bars and completely pulled everything up. So news changes quickly right now in this shithole time that we're living in.
I was so mad because I was going to the Comedy Store had opened Friday night, the patio, and you can sit outside and have drinks. And I was like, you know what, I should go to that. I'll just wait. Tony's going to be back Sunday. Maybe I'll just go hang out with Tony.
Yep.
And then the next day they closed.
Yeah. No, I knew it was just all too good to be true. First of all, I knew they would reopen when I was on the road. I knew that for a fact because that's how it always works. And they did. They announced it on Friday when I was leaving, and it was open on Friday and Saturday or whatever.
Saturday. It's just Saturday.
Yeah. And, yeah. So
There is good news. I got an email today. They're opening as a restaurant Thursday.
what?
Oh, thank God. Nothing more great. Restaurant from the Comedy Store.
Perfect time for Koro Ninja to speak over you, David. Can you explain one more time what the hell?
Did I mention I fight to the death for a living?
So they're going to open as a restaurant Thursday.
Okay, well that's great news.
Before that, if you need any grocery needs, it's coming over to Trader Joe's. I'll help you out.
So I'm the same boat as Tony. I was like, damn, I'm on the road to announce that day.
So literally, that's how fast. I mean, remember what started this conversation is how fast news changes. And as I'm talking about them opening and then closing, I find out live in front of everyone that they're opening Thursday as a restaurant.
I got that like an hour.
They're just close. Hey, Drew, what was that machine that was there an actual purpose for that machine that you were showing us? Yeah, so the wood frame of that unit is actually a router tool for woodworking, and my wife and son helped me just stack all the electronic pieces that we could find around the house just to make it as ridiculous looking as possible. So yeah, I got a little bit of artistic help from the family on that one. And they were also in charge of throwing crap on me during the shoot. So that was a fun afternoon just the other day.
I love that. That's so cool. You seem like you're the cool kind of nerd. Am I right?
I would like to say so, but
let me tell you.
definitely the nerd range.
Let me ask you this, because I love it when when you have somebody that seems like one thing but has sort of a wild side to you. Adam and Eve has a bunch of deals going on right now with the promo code KillTony. If you were to use a toy, or maybe you do use a toy with your wife in the bedroom, what would that toy be?
Oh, Legos for sure. Oh, how many Legos can she fit?
Yeah, are we talking about the big ones for like little kids? Are we talking about those giant Legos?
Yeah, the Duplo, the bigger blocks for little kids.
Yeah, I used to have buckets of those things.
Yeah, remember Lincoln Logs? Those things were fun too.
No, you're much older than me. That's the 10-year. That's the 10-year.
I had Lincoln Logs growing up. But I'm a million years old. I'm freaking rated. You guys remember building brick cabinets? You guys remember construction?
Red Band was alive when Lincoln's actual logs were made. He played Lincoln Logs with Abraham.
Right, Red Band called the ambulance when leaking outside.
Not even Abraham Lincoln, Abraham from the Bible. That's what the two red babies.
That tall motherfucker got shot by John Wilkes Booth.
Now I'm curious, am I the oldest guy in the building right now? Because I just turned 49. Oh, last week.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got Red Band beat by
4 years.
Yeah.
6 months.
Okay.
And good to be 49.
And you have an R2D2 shirt.
Oh, thanks very much. Little hair gel and lotion, you know?
That's what it is. So, that's fun, Drew. How old's your son?
He's 12. He's edging towards teenager by every minute. Every time we have a discussion, it's a little more edgy.
Oh, he's into edging. That's interesting.
If you were black, your kid would be 30.
No. What's that?
If you were black, your kid would be 30.
Because they have kids at a younger age.
Hell yeah. I thought you were going to say 3.
How long you been with your wife, Drew?
We're coming in on 19 years in August.
Wow. How long were you with her before you got married?
We met in grad school, so we were friends for a few years, and she went away to Korea, and I guess she did major makeovers, because she came back pretty scorching hot.
Wow.
So that's when I decided to kind of rearrange my schedule for my design career and make a little more time for her. So, yeah, but we've been together the whole time.
That first time you hooked up with her, how fast did you come?
Oh,
You seem like the kind of guy that would like be pulling it out of your pants and it just starts shooting all over the room. Like, oh, I'm so sorry.
a lot of nights are, oh, you're ready.
Oh, Drew. What else you been doing during this quarantine to stay busy? Any other fun hobbies or anything?
I've made a major deal out of cleaning the house, and my wife was excited for me to be doing more videos and being recognized for it. But she said to me the only thing she's really worried about is that all the house cleaning is going to stop. So I have to just get up and vacuum as soon as I turn off the button.
Wow, what a bitch you are. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Alright, well, that's fun though. How about the son? Why don't you get the son to learn how to do some chores around the
Yeah,
house?
does he have chores? I always wondered about that. Are you allowed to get chores nowadays?
Yeah, so I'm working him up towards as many chores that I'm hoping he gets up and tells me he's going to do them. But it's always a good 5-minute discussion before the chore starts. But he hates vacuuming already, so he's growing up perfectly. He's learning the ropes.
Yeah, that's about right. When I was a kid, I hated vacuuming too. I hated vacuums like new dogs hate vacuums.
I hated mowing the lawn. I thought that was the worst. Like, I mean,
The Howler lawnmower or the push car?
yeah, push con. And we had a big yard.
You're running over Lincoln logs out there.
I did it with scissors.
Just the metal blade one.
I hated whitewashing fences back in the day. That's what I really hated.
You did that, Brayden?
Yeah, I'm 1,000,000 years old, silly.
Drew, before I let you go, is there anything else crazy about you that we would find very interesting from such a... You seem like you have it all put together. You seem like a good human being. You seem like you're very proper. Like you have your... Like you keep your toothbrush and your toothpaste like a perfect distance from one another and everything like that. Like you seem very, very well put together. Is there anything that would surprise us about you?
Oh, man. I always hated this question. You would ask other people. I don't know. I'm pretty much as you see it.
Yeah, right.
But,
Do you have like a...
but yeah, I would say the craziest thing I've ever done is this. Sending in a video, making a comedy thing. And definitely my first appearance at the Gramercy with you guys was probably... And that was just so amazing. What a flood of emotion.
I love
just
that.
Amazing.
That is fun. So you really are how you appear to be.
I was just trying to branch out.
Yeah, nothing weird about me. The camera accidentally zooms out. He's like choking his wife during this interview.
Shut the hell up. Go to bed.
Whoa, look at that.
I'm not gonna vacuum tonight. Tonight's my night to be a man.
Screw the dishes.
This dude's a murderer.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, bro.
I love it, Drew. Well, thanks for your submission. It's always fun. Again, you have an open invitation. You're a silly, nerdy guy. I like your style. There he goes, Drew Williams.
Great. Thanks very much, everybody.
Love you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Fuck yeah, here we are on to our second comedian. I still haven't killed myself tonight. This is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your second submission coming up here in just a moment is coming from a man who we met him before the pandemic, and meanwhile, during the pandemic, he grew to become one of the very famous characters on the show. We've seen him interview Mexican prostitutes. We have seen him up the ante from there and interview Mexican transgender prostitutes. And now he is back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Manolo after this little bit of music here.
Hello, darkness, my friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Manolo.
And now, a music video world premiere.
What's up, motherfucker?
Remember, Black Lives Matter.
Don't speak to me in that tone.
What do you mean? What's up?
That skin tone.
I've got to talk to you again.
Incredible. Wow, Manolo has covered Michael Lair's hit song from a couple weeks ago, Ryan Bedpan. Hello, Manolo, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, you are living the high life down there in Tijuana. You know, put your head back a little bit. She's got a little nipple popping out over there. Hey! Wow, what's up? Fuck yeah. Hello. Oh my goodness, that one to your, the one to your left looks like she's questioning her life right now.
Some areola sticking out there.
Keep her off the screen until she puts that away. Have her lift her, God damn. Dan, does it look like you're having fun right now? Have her put her, yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that totally.
Yes.
I asked her if she knew how to speak English, and this is what she said. ¿Hablas inglés? ¿Qué dices? Sí. You gotta me. That's what she said.
You guys, I don't know anyone who has thrived more during this pandemic than you, Manolo. It's literally, when we were at the Comedy Store, we were going through, you know what I mean? Our business was booming, and you were sort of, you know, you weren't at rock star status yet. You were sort of coming up through the ranks, and now you're an absolute assassin. You have beautiful girls around you. You guys are obviously having the time of your life, except for the girl to your left again. She seems a little bit miserable. She has no idea what I'm saying, so that's actually perfect.
Manolo, you look like Spam Tripoli. Oh man, you beat me to it.
Go ahead, Manolo. Yeah, man. I love it, dude.
Yeah, I should have hit you up when I was in San Diego, bro.
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Hey, yo, I got a quick statement to make.
Yes.
First of all, I didn't know if it was going to be relevant because the Ryan Bedpan, because I thought it was great. Michael Lair is in a mosh, so shout out to Michael Lair because I think he kicked ass that night. And I had to do that remix, that motherfucking remix. Maybe one time we can do it, do the video, but both of us with all these chicks, right?
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I love it. You guys look like you're having a blast. It looks like you and the girl on the left are on Molly, and the one behind you is coming down from Molly. Very excited.
I love the comments that you always have from the girl that is happy.
Exactly.
Hey, can you tickle the grumpy girl for me? I just want to see her smile a little.
Yeah.
Actually, she's quite honest that
Yeah. Yeah.
Fiesta.
A baby just fell out.
Mike,
I got a quick statement, Tony.
yes, go ahead. Whatever you want.
Lying in bed alone, wearing a condom is the same shit as driving in your car wearing a face mask. I have to say it. Sorry.
Hey, you know what? I like that. That's a pretty smart take.
That's some pimp shit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Manolo. Again, you have become a genius during this pandemic. It is incredible.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we're here. You know, we're gonna be here. We're gonna go on a shower break today.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And where can people find you if, like, one of us wants to maybe have open up their phone later?
Red Man's asking for a friend.
Gianni Versace.
Oh, God, you gotta spell that for us.
Like Gianni Versace, but Sanchez.
Oh, okay, Johnny.
You're gonna
No, Gianni Versace.
so it's GIANNISANCHEZ.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, there you go. You're gonna have one more subscriber tonight. Go ahead.
I was wondering if I could try a sort of Willie Montgomery type joke.
Yep.
If it kind of works.
Yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay, so fuck you and your child support. I pay shit. But Mr. Jackson, we can't say that. Okay, then we'll just say Billie Jean. Turn it on.
No.
Oh, you prefer pigs or gold?
Huh?
Oh my goodness.
I'm black, so I won't go.
You know what? I just had an idea. Kill Tony, Tijuana, July.
Oh, I want to be there.
We got the best spots, I'm telling you, Tony. We got the best spots.
Are they open down there?
The border's closed, right?
Is the border closed, Manolo?
5 minutes. You can take a U.S. shuttle.
That's
I'll take you there. If you guys want it, you can look it up and see if it makes sense.
I get the feeling Jeremiah won't be allowed to come on this trip.
Bro, you Tony, you got to put that episode on OnlyFans, bro.
I've been happily married for 1 million years.
Yeah, I feel like we'd have trouble getting down there. They would let Joel in, and we wouldn't be able to get him back.
About it, I'm a tourist who can actually speak English, and they did not let me cross the U.S. because of everything.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Please tickle that girl on the right. Yeah. Tickle her.
That's how I like my women.
Let's see if I can make her laugh. Can she hear me? She can hear me, right?
We actually can't really hear you that much, so that's why we're struggling a bit.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Hola muchacha. Mi llamo es Tony.
Tony le gustan los hombres, todos los días.
A Tony le gustan los hombres.
Le gusta chorizo y salchicha en la boca y
Alright.
gordo chica.
Tony es chupetoto.
Tony es muy flaco, sí. Y delgado.
Hold on, let's all talk at the same time. Can we do that?
Sí.
Yo soy americano.
Maricón?
Yeah, see? Yeah, it worked. There you go. See, I did it in 3 words. No, I know, but it worked.
It's just a don't be gay.
Don't be gay in Mexico.
Yes, I won't be going anytime soon. I'm the first openly gay
I
mortal.
love that. Wow, he has a dildo and an electric toothbrush. That is exciting. All right, Manolo. This has been awesome, dude. You're fucking incredible. I mean, what can I say? This is... Wait, you set up a bathtub?
Yes, dude. What do you think?
Is it filled with puddle water? Yo, Tony, I'm sorry we couldn't hear you that much because I had the teacher thought. Maybe that was that timing, you know? Try putting water in it, helps. If not, my jokes would have killed.
Dude, Manolo, I might come visit you in Tijuana soon. I just found out that I'm doing the La Jolla Comedy Store. Okay, perfect.
I'm telling you, it's pretty safe. They got sponsors. It's pretty safe. That's pretty safe.
Pretty safe is always what I'm into. July 9th through the 12th, I found out I'm doing the La Jolla Comedy Store. How far is La Jolla from where you are right now, Manolo?
40 minutes. About 30 minutes.
Oh my god. All right, there you go. If I come back from that weekend in La Jolla with an itchy crotch, you know why.
It's not because of Nancy.
That's right. And it ain't because I had him an 8.
What was that?
Nothing. I love you, Manolo. You guys are amazing. What's your name again, sweetheart, with the phone? V. I love it. I love it. And the angry. And what's the angry girl's name?
I'm a badass, that's why.
She is a hostage.
Visit you guys someday up there, so.
Absolutely. You're definitely welcome 100%. And we're looking forward to it.
I'm a wannabe comedian Mexican.
Well, you got a spot at the ice house. Whenever you want. Not if Trump has anything to do with it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Manolo. You're the best.
No, thank you very much. I'll be keeping the party going till next Monday.
I love it. Absolutely. Send us a submission anytime, Manolo. You're the best. Bye, guys. Bye, ladies. Bye-bye.
Wow.
That's the life.
It really is. The last thing you want to be 2 spots into this show is jealous and horny, but here we are. Okay. Here you go. We have another submission, ladies and gentlemen. This man became famous on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he was doing a parody of Manolo, who we just had on, and now he is back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Rabolo. Here he is. There you go. There you go. Here's Rabolo.
Rabolo here again with my buddy Sketchy Andy. Yeah, he's got the hookup to the Laguna Del Cartel. I'm gonna tell him a few jokes from my new minute. Candid, it's my fucking dick. On our way to the Laguna Del Cartel. Anyone else mistake Harvey Weinstein for Harvey Firestein to get Jewish guy from Independence Day? Get to my office and watch me shower. Why couldn't the leopard play hide and seek? Because he was always spotted. He was a pair of paw legion. That was real funny, right? Hey, come on, stop. Hey, what's going on? It's cool. Don't worry, Rabolo, don't worry, dude. This is great. You're jumping you in. We're not gonna jump him in, fool. We're gonna dump him in. Poo-poo, mierda, caca. He needs poo-poo on his face. Join the What the fuck, a werewolf too? I'm getting too old for this shit. You're now part of the Laguna Del Cartel. What is your name? Who's Joelberg? I'm confused.
Fuck yeah. Wow.
Yeah. That was hilarious, though.
Yes, it was. Rabolo.
These are getting so dope, bro. Like, they put natural production,
For sure.
effects, and everything.
100% of the submissions so far. Very high production quality. I mean, if we were to put it side by side to these episodes 3 months ago, it would be a shocking difference. The show has definitely evolved into a sort of a sketchy sort of production.
He said he never got a password.
Oh, it's 7 sevens.
There you go. 7 sevens is the answer.
7 sevens if you're watching.
Type 7 in 7 times because that's the best password.
Yeah, it's funny because now the other people even had to enter passwords.
Huh. Interesting. Indeed. And I think he's coming in. No? Maybe in a second now.
The pitiful shit did make me laugh, and I feel ashamed because that's, my thing, but...
It didn't make you laugh?
No, it did make me laugh.
Yeah, that's a Rabolo special. That's been in all of the Rabolo submissions. I thought it was funny, too, and then the werewolf came and really got me. The werewolf really fucking got me. And the bad voiceover on the guys, great, perfect.
That's pretty amazing that, like, Manolo's covering stuff Michael Lehrer did, and now Rabolo's covering Manolo.
Yep.
I don't even know who I am anymore.
Yeah, almost seems like there's a flow to the show that,
Stay over there.
It almost seems like someone puts thought into this instead of just showing up with underwear on their head, shaking peas around.
It looks like these callers actually know how to have fun.
Oh, wait, that's underwear?
Oh,
No, it's a ninja mask. How fucking dare you? It's a swimsuit. That shit is corduroy. What do you know about swimming?
Oh, damn. Koro Ninja.
Look, fight to the death, alright?
Oh my god.
Tony said shaking peas around.
Yeah, what are those? What's in there?
They're beans. I'm from Manolo.
Oh my goodness.
It's a sugar because you said you wanted things nice and mellow.
Yeah, no, it's great. I agree. It's absolutely perfect.
While we're waiting,
Yeah.
Jeremiah, how was you were gone for 2 weeks? A lot of people thought you quit.
Yeah.
I don't forget your name. Sorry.
It's freaking amazing.
How was where you were?
Actually, I went back to Kansas City. I went on a secret trip there. And
Overland Park?
well, nowadays, but Overland Park is where Braden is from.
Yeah. There's as many black people in this studio right now as there are where Jeremiah was, by the way, if you're wondering. If you're like, hey, I wonder what the numbers in Olathe, Kansas are of black people. This many. That's the answer.
It's actually not true at all. My mom has a black neighbor. We hung out and played pool. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. If they may have just been doing blackface. What do you think about Aunt Jemima and all this shit going down, David?
Bro, that shit sucks, man. Why they try to take black people ask for equality, and now white people try to take black people off the pancake? Really, put a white woman on there?
I saw Aunt Jemima at the grocery store. I was like, I just buy a lot of these.
Yes,
now,
it's worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Before
You
we
guys
have,
really care about the logo on your syrup that much?
Yeah.
we fucking have Aunt Susan.
Just eat the fucking syrup. Who gives a shit?
That's a really fat get-rich-quick scheme. I up all the Aunt Jemima, but I mean, like, these are gonna be worth something someday. These are gonna be every day.
Brian, I mean, you're sipping on syrup, man.
It's true.
That shit's like gold, bro.
You can sell them on the black market, or now they have to change the name of it, though, to
You know what else
the
is
market.
changing, bro?
Equality.
They don't want people to use the term master bedroom anymore.
Yeah.
This shit is getting out of hand.
See, what's crazy is that I heard about that, and I'm like, why? And then I'm like, oh, shit. So, like, people are learning about racist things that they never even thought of or knew before. Like, I never thought the master bedroom had to do with what bedroom the...
Massa.
I don't even think black people knew that.
I don't think anybody fucking knew
That's the
that.
white guy.
They want you to call it the primary bedroom. I'm still calling my shit the master bedroom.
There's a bunch of rich white kids right now on the internet that came from an all-white neighborhood Googling, like, what can we change? Want to change things to so that I feel like I made a change for the better, and they're finding out all this shit. The Land O'Lakes lady is gone. It's just the
Uncle Ben's rice. Which, to be honest,
They should just change it to Peter Parker's Uncle Ben.
Peter Parker. That was his uncle.
Yeah,
Uncle
Uncle
Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, that is so weird. You would think they would have named his uncle anything other than Uncle Ben. It's like we can pick any name for his uncle. What do we go with here?
I think rice sales would actually skyrocket if they changed it to Uncle Ben from Peter Parker and Spider-Man, because there's so many Marvel fans. There's so many freaking Marvel fans out there.
Yes.
Sure.
which Uncle Ben would you have? Like, which Spider-Man movie?
It's a good
Welcome
question.
back to Nerds.
Not the black one.
We're gonna bring Drew Williamson back to join us here.
Not the black one, huh? Okay, but the black one is his Uncle Name Ben?
Yeah, it's the same character. It's just they're black.
Well, how would you say okay?
No, he's talking about Miles Morales.
Yeah. Miles Morales is different than
Oh,
Peter
that's
Parker.
fair. You're right.
It's a different
What's your deal, man?
Dude, why they just got Black Spider thing out there?
Wow, welcome back. So what the fuck is happening? Stay over there. They should put 3-6 Mafia on the syrup.
Do we have any update, Joel, on Robolo?
Haven't heard anything.
It's canceled.
Hold on one second.
I'm supposed to be in Tempe at the end of the month, I guess. If that's happening.
Are you texting with him, Joel?
I tried. Yeah, I sent him the password. I'm checking out headline in a couple nights.
Did he get sent the link?
What do I work in a sausage factory?
I still don't know the answer to the question. I just asked.
Yeah, I sent him the password.
You know what I was just thinking?
I fight to the death.
I was just thinking, this show has a really nice flow to it.
I like it. It's smart and laid back.
It actually really does.
It's like nice and chill, you know? It's cool.
This is always the part of the show where Jeremiah calls out something weird about the show that's not even happening.
Well, I tell you what, I watched the Ice House episode.
There's a weird energy in here, right?
And we didn't even notice. Again,
I watched the Ice House episode recently, and before the first quarantine episode.
yeah.
And that was one of my favorite episodes because we were all chill, we were hanging out. William was wasted, and everyone was like babysitting a little kid and shit. But I thought it was good time.
It's fun. I mean, we could always just fucking do a podcast. We always could. I don't know. I just think that sometimes, we got to keep some submissions going and talk with people. And now that it's evolving naturally, just it's like everything does, you go with the flow, right? We didn't force people like, oh, you must do stand-up. It must be a stand-up submission. And now these things are coming in funny. They're getting literally more creative every week. And,
I like the sketch aspect of it.
yeah, certainly. We went from stand-up to sketch.
Sketches are great. I mean, I like that better than the stage comedy, especially when people are taking sketches and kind of like adding on to each other's sketches and making like a timeline.
Exactly.
I think that's a great idea.
Absolutely.
Developing characters.
Yeah.
And now I'm struggling right now to get it in, and you won't let me in.
Or you have to admit something?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to try.
All right, well, I will say this. Well,
The video was dope.
yeah, Robolo, the video was dope. I'm sorry we can't get you in. I would.
DM me and tell me what you use for that fake shit. I want to know.
Yeah, why do you want to know that?
Out of all the things you're gonna ask.
I want to know what that fake shit is.
All right.
That video was great, but where do you get your food from?
Where that shit come from?
All right. Well, looks like Robolo's not going to be able to make it in. So,
Should we just move on? And then if he comes back later, we'll...
yeah, let's try that. Yep, and we'll talk more about the making of that Robolo submission if Robolo comes in later. That was Robolo, ladies and gentlemen, doing a parody of Manolo, who did a parody of Michael Blair's Ryan Bedpan, which was a parody of Ryan Redband. So here we go. Moving along, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the brother in cursive, the one, the only, the big red machine, Patsy Cline's craziest of the crazies, one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for William Montgomery.
What's up? I was metal injected earlier. to the stop and move away from the vehicle guy. No, really, whatever happened to that guy? Chris Angel's greatest trick is how he made himself disappear. It's pretty obvious a black guy named it Cracker Barrel. No, but seriously, I'm going to give a rest in peace to Judith Marcy. She was the little dinosaur on that dinosaur movie, late 80s. Judith Marcy's father shot her in the head, tried to burn the house down, make it look like an accident. I just want to give it up for Judith Marcy tonight, y'all. I got COVID virus.
All right, William Montgomery. There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, William, turn your camera sideways.
Hey, right there.
Turn your camera
that
sideways.
little bit slower, you bitch.
Why?
I got COVID virus.
Turn your camera sideways, William.
General Robert E. Lee, turn that shit sideways.
There you go. Very good.
Widescreen, motherfucker.
Yeah, nobody ever wants to talk about him. General Robert E. Lee.
They took the statue down.
You're gonna bring that shit up tonight?
What's up, man? What you drinking tonight?
What do you mean, what am I now drinking tonight? A little bit of icy. Mixed with a little bit of
You better
mixed with a little bit of Sprite.
leave that kerosene alone, bro.
Mixed what?
Stop drinking that kerosene, dog.
What are you saying? What does that mean? Is that a black dye?
That's great.
William, I always feel like William's like one drink away from just saying the N-word on this show.
He said it to me before.
Yeah,
Really?
he always says
What
it in
pussy
person.
said that? What pussy said that?
I said that.
That was Koro Ninja, one of the newest members of the Mortal
Koro
Kombat.
Ninja, I haven't liked you since 5 days ago. I swear to God, I will break into your parents' crib or house, whatever you want to call it.
He got your girlfriend underwear on his face.
Don't fuck with me.
Stay over there.
Don't fuck with me.
William, how you been doing this week? What's going on with your mental health and things like that?
I bought $400 worth of board games on eBay. I bought $200
It's a good investment.
worth of the sub. Do you really believe that, Tony?
Yeah, those are all going to be worth a lot more money.
Have you bought any Aunt Jemima's therapeutic?
Can you say that a little bit slower, you bitch?
William has a little fucking fire to him
You
tonight.
can hang around too many black people.
It's hard for
Yeah,
him to
I'm
understand
angry
things.
tonight. What did you just say, David?
You can hang around too many black people talking about you.
What did you just say, David? Too many black girls?
It's funny, it looks like you're actually looking at him here in the studio.
What, Tony?
It looks like you're actually looking at David in the studio with where the way the TV's angled and everything. And now it looks like you're looking at me. Whoa, now you're looking at Joel.
Jeremiah's crotch.
Oh, Cora.
Here's something I wrote. Hey, Jeremiah, how have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
What does that mean?
Will you say that slower, you bitch?
Oh, Cora, come on. You got anger.
Hey, Jeremiah, how have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
I don't really get it. Can you explain that a little bit?
Come on, Yosemite Sam.
2 years ago, Jeremiah and I, before he met his wife, he showed me the ways of whatever you want to call it down in Thailand. Sex with people. Wow. In my hotel room, Jeremiah was on fire.
This is
If you want to call it.
This is wild because we know everything William Montgomery has ever said is 100% honest and true. So, Jeremiah, what do you think about these accusations?
They're not actually accusations. I'm being outed right now.
Oh, wow.
Cancel. Jeremiah,
I was on fire in Thailand having sex with people.
walked up the steps and we shot her. And then I said, nobody ever wants to talk about that. And Jeremiah, you said, William, you're so funny. Just maybe.
What else did Jeremiah say when you were in Thailand?
Oh, I already know what. You freaking turd. You freaking turd. Hinchcliffe, I saw you motioning to Redman to get this ready. I can't believe you would do that to me.
William, what else did you?
Oh, yeah, what else did I say over there in Thailand, William? I just got $8,000 from the government. I'm buying a house. Wow. Why? Can't buy an $8,000 house. We're not still in the Orient. Hey, William, what else did I say? Do I have your attention? You said to me, so Judith Morrissey, I get it. You're sad her father killed her. Is it true she was the little girl in the cartoon? I think it was 1989. All dogs go to heaven.
What are you talking about? Who's
There's something about that. I mean, why do you bring that up? That's not fucking funny.
Hey, how's work though, Will? For real though, how's talking about our history here? That's it. That's all it is. How's work?
How's my work? I got fired 2 weeks ago.
You just started working last week.
Yeah, I started working at Walmart, whatever you want to call it.
What do you?
I got fired 2 weeks ago.
What do you?
I sell shampoo.
You need to
I
buy some
sell
water.
shampoo.
That was my next question. What do you do at Walmart? Clearly, you're the shampoo guy.
You need a bottle of water and a nap.
Okay. Wow.
Where is he at? This does not seem like he's at a Capo Cantina, the backyard that we're used to.
Yeah, is this a different backyard? Are you wearing a shirt?
This is a different place.
Are you?
No, I'm not wearing a shirt.
Wow.
Let me see the red dot. Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. Oh, William. Oh, William, you are shaped like a
I'm
coffee.
having fun tonight. I'm shaped like a what?
Like a coffee pop. Like a pot.
Faucet?
No, like a coffee pop. Like what you pour coffee out of into a cup.
Like the tea kettle
Like a
from...
coffin.
Like the Kool-Aid Man picture.
You're telling me I'm shaped like a coffin?
Actually, yes, a coffin works as well. You get wider in the middle as you go down.
The tea kettle from Beauty and the Beast.
Yep.
Like the ghost from Super Mario.
Yeah.
That was funny. That was really good, you bitch. Sorry, could you say that slower, you bitch? Faggot.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm trying to get canceled.
Nice. You're going to have your YouTube page with a bunch
William,
of...
you're lucky you're not in the fucking studio right now. Don't do the math on that.
You're not going to be able to do
I've had
anything.
enough. Judith Morrissey is in the grave.
Who's Judith Marcy? Final question, then we'll let
She
you
got
go.
murdered
In
by
Thailand.
her father,
Oh.
late 80s, out here in Los Angeles. And Tony, honestly, why I bring it up, I'm worried I'm going to get murdered. There is someone who won't stop snail mailing me.
What is snail mail?
It's the regular hard copy, yes.
All right.
I baited you into that one, Tony.
You got me.
Hey, Tony, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
No chance, dude.
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, Jeremiah, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
What's going on, big dog?
We can talk about it.
There's not enough.
Okay.
Eating healthy today, but I do have a
I just said we won't talk about it.
nothing much. Just enjoying the weekend. About to eat this salad, some avocados.
There you go. What kind of salad?
It's like a mix salad. I got stored and I put 4 avocados in it because I'm gonna have it with like some fried chicken and it'll go down better with the avocados, so I don't raise the blood pressure too high.
Excellent. Well, that's
And then
good.
no fried chicken for me after this.
All right.
Ago, dude, I got a bitch pregnant.
Oh my goodness, we're
I
fine.
have a child.
I said I'll have you on the show. Calm down.
I have a kid.
William, I'm going to have you on.
Indiana.
What's
be glad you ain't black, bro. You'd have been on that
I
side
let
by
you.
the police.
What? My kid's black.
William, what's your kid's name? What did you name your child that you're not a father to? What's the kid's name?
Sunflower seed.
Sunflower seed. That's funny.
No, William, what's his real name? I want you to answer this.
David Nickel. What did you just say?
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to say that word.
Shouldn't be saying that. Nickel. Whoa. It's my 3-year-old son, and he don't give a shit no more.
Wow.
Y'all are talking about COVID. He's got it, and he's getting on airplanes.
Wow. The 3-year-old's just getting on airplanes by himself?
He's getting on airplanes. I'm messaging him with his earplug, his ear thing, and he's making people sick.
Okay. All right. That sounds
We
good.
don't care anymore. We're infecting everyone.
My goodness.
I bought $400 worth of Monopoly boards on eBay 3 nights ago.
Why'd you do
I
that?
don't give a shit anymore, Tony.
Why did you buy all those Monopoly boards, William?
Because I don't care anymore, man. I think I can jump off of a 1-story building.
Do it right now. Do it. Well, this will be podcast history. Ladies and gentlemen, last week he climbed a tree. This week he's going to jump off of a 1-story building. This is the first time this has ever been done, not only in...
Tony, what a great idea.
Yeah, it was your idea.
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
You sobered up there, motherfucker.
2 weeks ago, I jumped
I
off
got his
the
shit together.
I can't get no more. This is like I heard about Judith Barcy getting killed by
All right. There's a limit to how many Judith Barcy references I
like
can
a tape that the cops find in an abandoned house.
All right, William.
Was that a Hispanic person?
Yeah, it was.
A
You
little bit.
fuck.
Yeah.
We feel like we're watching the Blair Bitch Project right now.
That was hilarious. Who said that?
Totally rated.
That was rated.
What is
Great.
4-leaf Cloverfield?
John.
Okay.
I'm now going to move back to Memphis. My comedy's not working anymore, Raiden. That was hilarious. We did.
William,
Start the comedy.
William, absolutely hilarious. I love that you're still writing jokes. That's going to keep that muscle strong for you. You have a very silly style that still works during this pandemic, even online, and I absolutely love it. You had Red Band and I almost fall out of our chairs on your Please Stop while the band was playing music. Absolutely hilarious timing and execution of that. And
Some point, y'all let me. I want to come hang with y'all.
we are. We're going to get. We just need.
VR.
Yeah, we just need 7 more Dyson air purifiers, and then
Spencer Edward?
there you go. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. This is the part where you just start saying random made-up names. You got to get rid of them. Judith Barcy, Spencer Edwards.
David Nickel.
Yeah. Well, that's William Montgomery. You know him, you love him, and we have gone during this pandemic missing some of our favorite legends of Kill Tony, some of our favorite human beings, and one person that we have not spoken with in absolute months is, without a doubt, one of the most famous people in the history of the show. She signed up at, I believe, the age of like 61 for her first time. She got on. She has bucket luck like nobody else's business. She is a magical spirit and a super nice lady on stage and off. She's writing. She made a lot of friends in the comedy business at the Comedy Store. And I love her. She reminds me of my mom. And she's a sweet, sweet spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from and the return of Aphrodite. The music. And here's Aphrodite, everybody. Here we go.
I'm so glad to be back on the Kill Tiny Show. Tiny, I so miss you so much doing your show out of a baby basket at the Comedy Store. Everybody just love you. You're so tiny and adorable. Well, okay. I'm just doing something to entertain myself because of this motherfucking goddamn coochie and roller tootsie and the juices flying off the back of their head. Fucking violence. Killing people and shit. You can't go out and get no dick and fuck somebody. I'm involved in my own motherfucking house. I'm fucking involved.
my love. How are you? Can you hear us okay? Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Watch Manolo just pops out of the back.
Aphrodite, how do you feel about them removing you from the bottle of syrup?
Well, they can kiss the bus fast, but I'm sure it's going to be 30 years.
Yeah, they could take away Aunt Jemima, but nothing's gonna keep you from crawling on a bed of pancakes.
This thing is stupid.
Fatality.
Oh, boy.
Oh shit, look at those fucking things. Hell yeah, it aged like a fine wine. Look at you.
Yes,
Jesus Christ.
A lot of people don't know this, but I actually,
Seen her titties before?
you know, I got a much bigger laugh than I thought it was gonna.
6 months ago, Tony had a bad night.
But when the pandemic started and they started closing bars down, one of the last things that I did was I was on, I had just done a spot. I closed down the Ha Ha Cafe. I was fucking jonesing for stage time, but none was to be found. And I knew bars were closing that night or whatever. And I saw on Twitter that the Top Shelf Brass Band was performing on some late night gig on Vine Street. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna die. I don't have shit to do right now. I'm gonna go support them for the first time. Instead of them coming to our show. And I went, and Afro was killing it on a balcony, singing her fucking heart out. The band was banging. It was so cool. I'm so glad I made it out there. So, yeah, you're the best, Afro. What?
you really made our night.
I love that. That was fun. We got to kick it for a bit afterwards. We all hung out. So how you been doing, Afro? How are you?
Oh, yeah, I've been doing fantastic. I've been going out ever since this bullshit started. They stopped doing nothing. And we're seeing friends in Long Beach, and I'm going in the studio with Top Shelf Brass Band. We got the hot new music. We're going to let you have the first song.
I love it. I love it. You think COVID's a hoax? Are you a denier that the disease exists?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know what COVID means?
No, go ahead. Tell us. Is that one of your cousins?
No, but, knowing this damn history of this country probably is. But anyway, for those who don't know, COVID means certificate of vaccination ID.
What fucking Facebook post did you see that?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. You got a fucking bleed out booger in your nose, nigga.
Oh, come on. Be nice, Afro.
Hey, man, your hands belong on the railroad worker.
Oh, come on, David. Don't roast Afro. She's a sweet little thing.
I didn't know your titties was that big, Aphrodite. Yeah, I'm drunk, but... I did not know that bitches was like that. You always got on the bags with you at the comedy store. You never...
Afro has the most amazing bucket luck. I mean, I absolutely love her. I think she's a sweet spirit that mixes in well with the chaos on this show. She is proof, her getting so many opportunities on the show, that the show is not misogynist as so many people, claim shows to be nowadays. It's not racist. Clearly, we're not ageist. You're proof that we are good people. We're not waitist.
Oh, wow.
Wait, say that again?
I'll be 65 October 10th. It's going to be 10/10/2020.
I fucking love that. You are a little spitfire, you. What do you... Oh, you got a man now?
Yeah, he has the same one.
Oh, okay.
Are you sitting on him right now?
Where he at?
Well, he was just over here the other day fucking me real good, okay?
How old is he?
Probably 81 years younger, but he's built like Hercules. He's 6'3".
Oh, shit.
I'm
not trying to fuck. I just didn't never know.
What are you going to do with that keyboard? You got a song lined up or something? You going to give us a little diddly?
I wrote this song called We Gonna Be Alright. And
Kendrick
if I can do 30 seconds or a minute,
Yep, let's Let's do 30 seconds.
Be all right.
Let's do 30 seconds of an afro.
My hands are shaking. I've never done this before.
That's my diabetes.
It's all right. Oh shit! Got a better drummer than we have.
Shit was connected to the keyboard. We gonna be alright.
Hey.
Gonna be alright.
Fuck yeah.
Intro to keyboard.
There you go. Yeah.
Right? We gonna
Start.
be
All right. Hey.
Skirt.
Fuck yeah. Yes, we are. There it is. We gonna be all right, Aphrodite. Thank you so much for that incredible submission, for that performance. She's gonna be playing this for 3 more hours. Long after we end this Zoom call, she's gonna still be playing. I love it. Yeah. We love you, Aphrodite. We love you so much. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you, Tony. Everybody love you.
That's right. The great Aphrodite, everybody. All right. That's fun. Adorable little change of pace there from all the white people and the comedy portion of the show. A little visit from Aphrodite.
She fucked up a whole sausage to make that sketch.
That is true. That was not.
She ate it after.
That was not Adam and Eve product right there. That was fresh from the butcher.
It's fucking El Super.
If you had to do butt or her vagina, which one would you do?
If you had to, this is one of the weirdest.
No, it's only one or two.
Titties look 28.
One or two.
It's an interesting question. Vagina or butt? If you absolutely had to.
I go butt.
Why? Explain your answer a little bit.
Because I know that pussy got Aphrodite's 65 still fucking. That pussy got 300,000 miles on it.
Yeah, but what about her butt? That's like 500,000 shits.
Yeah, but black girls ain't really into it like that. Both of them is horrible either way.
That's like a.
Like fuck her butt and a bone comes out.
Oh my god! All right, that's good. I'm glad you said that. That's gonna be. This way, I don't have to answer the question now.
That pussy gonna look like Arby's meat.
No, you have to answer it. You have to choose one.
All right. Well.
I choose butt.
Okay, we got your answer. Jesus Christ! Good Lord, how many times are you gonna butt fuck Aphrodite? Okay, well, see how I rationalize this is. Well, wait a second. Here's a follow-up question. Is this? If I pick butt, is it after David fucked her in the butt, or is it still just her fresh butt today?
It's reset.
65-year-old butt.
Yeah, but it is her butt right now. We don't know how long ago she showered or anything like that.
Oh my
But at
goodness.
this current time, or vagina.
This is an interesting question. You know what? I'm gonna let Jeremiah answer first.
That's a hard one.
Jeremiah, you got to answer.
Or Raiden, you
Oh, no, but she's back. She's listening.
Goddamn, Red Man. Fucking piece of shit.
Oh my goodness.
Get her out of here, bro. Them fucking white ass teeth.
Oh, will you be nice to Aphrodite?
I love it, but we talk about her ass or her pussy, and he got it right
Oh
now.
my goodness gracious. Alright, you know what? Just to be nice, because I love Aphrodite.
Come on, Jeremiah, you got to answer now.
Jeremiah, go ahead. Quick answer here. If it makes you feel better, I'll ask Raiden.
Okay, it's the butthole.
Oh, okay. How about Jeremiah? And, the stakes are raised now. I can't let that slide.
What do we got next in the show?
The listeners want to know.
I don't know if they want to know that bad.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, you have to answer what, Jerry?
Just a quick answer. Just a quick, you know what? Answer it for us, Jeremiah. Which one?
Wow, Tony's so subtle.
Yeah, it's impossible here.
Wives.
Normally, when we're doing our normal show, I subtly tap in and whisper. This is much harder. I have to literally, I'm like a football coach on the sidelines.
Ask Captain Underpants.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right, since we're just going to say that Jeremiah met,
The chairman.
but for both.
Yeah.
Right, so,
We know what Captain Underpants is.
I say get over there.
What are you going to do, Joel? Gotta answer. We know you can't get sick. So,
Can I just sniff the afro?
come on. You gotta pick one. You have to put your wiener into one of the two holes. This is what the show has become now.
You know what? Blindfold me and throw me at her.
Nope. That's not how you work. Still not an answer. Gotta answer, Joel. We can only move on after you answer.
Come on, Pin Diesel.
Wow. I really picked the wrong week to not be drunk.
All you have to say is vagina or butthole.
okay, so that's a default of butt, by the way. Everyone just let me know that's a default for both.
That means he's dipping and going, okay, Jeremiah, thank you. Don't thank. So that means that by not answering, Joel has picked both the butthole and the vagina back and forth, showing that he just can't get enough of
In front of his parents.
Yeah,
His parents.
that's true. That's what he wanted to do.
Refuses to answer a simple question. And he's a comic. All right.
I love it. By the way, I'm going vagina and I'm finishing inside of her.
That's what I was
She can't get pregnant. She can't get pregnant. It's gonna look like one of those. It's gonna come out looking like one of those like a chocolate donut, but with the vanilla icing, like a chocolate cake. Yeah, like a chocolate birthday cake that you get from a grocery store.
I'm gonna shit in her asshole.
Okay. That's for save that for the VR chat or something like that. Okay, we got Robolo is back. Is that right? Did I see that correctly?
I felt like he ran out once he got in.
Yeah, there he is. He's up there. Yeah, Robert.
Here we go.
Hey, Robolo! What's up, buddy? Hello, let's get you unmuted.
Unmute.
Gotta unmute yourself.
Am I here?
Yeah, there he is, Robolo. We loved your submission. It was incredible. How are you, dude?
Oh, I am good. Thank you, fellas. I had a mini stroke right there, man. I was on the fun times, but there was a miscommunication. I'm here. I was going to do voice, but I was dying, and I'm an Amish autistic guy, so I was trying to get this shit going in my Robolo gear. It was hilarious. But here's my friend here, Gavin. Say what's up. He liked being on TV last time.
I love it. Hi, Gavin.
Oh wait, what's this? What do we got here?
Uh-oh.
It's like a bow, or looks like some sort of I think it's from AdamandEve.com or whatever. Bone in a go. Yeah, that sounds like it.
That is from Adam and Eve.
Robolo, tell us about the making of the video that you sent in for us. Tell us about that. A lot of production and incredible video.
Oh, thank you. This child, man, he just ate it really bad. Right, dude? Okay, so I thought I'd up the ante. Manolo is He's a big figure. He mentioned something about the cartel. I'm like, Rabolo's gonna step it up. And we're gonna go to the cartel and tell jokes. And I asked some of my buddies to do it. And the poo is made out of brownies. Sam's Club. Those fuckers hurt, man. Oh, those poop when the butts hurt, and they are real painful. The first take that I did, it was like 3 hours of heating up those brownies, and it literally, it felt like it sprained my nose.
My goodness, look how that kid popped up. This is like watching Crystalia's DMs.
God, he knows it.
It's topical,
Heck yeah, it works on everybody right now.
It's getting weirder. Oh, hey, look. To make it creepier, here's Gilligan.
Hey, Gilligan.
That's my brother who played the prostitute last time. He's supposed to be a skipper. Chaos.
I love it.
Hey, can you tickle that kid for me?
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm trying to start a career. I don't know if that might be, but all right. Or that prostitute. I don't know if she's a prostitute, no offense, but.
Oh my goodness.
Manolo's living it up, and I am too, man. We just finished some popcorn.
Oh my goodness, wow.
I mean, look, dude. Manolo's got a lot of catching up. I've got a kid.
Yeah. Manolo also has a lot of kids out there running around.
Probably. I'm assuming so.
I just want the theme, like the.
Oh, wait, kid! Give me watch the damn ball!
It's getting weird. Now it's getting weird. If you're wondering, hey, I wonder if it was weird earlier, not really. Now it's getting weird.
What's your dad's password?
Oh boy.
He knows how to pick locks and stuff.
He does?
This is kind of hilarious. I wish you could show my family would hate it. There was literally like a team of people taking the child.
Taking the what?
The child. All this sounds creepy. All the wording sounds. He's related to me. Nothing weird going on here.
Well, when you say nothing weird.
Yeah, now it sounds really weird.
Yeah. And now I don't even think it's your child.
No, it's not. That's why I think what he's telling us.
Oh my
See,
God.
now I don't like this tickle question I asked because I had thought going in it was his son.
Of course. Yeah. Now. So, Rabolo, how else has life been going for you this week, Robert?
Oh man, I am living it up. Trying to just stay positive during all this. Trying to keep busy, productive. Trying to take up some more healthy activities, man. I've consumed a lot of pizza and disgusting food. I watched a really weird movie the other day. Got a weird place. It was about Contagion. You guys remember that movie, Contagion?
Yes.
That's the worst movie to watch right now.
Yes.
It's not fun, but Outbreak I saw, and that movie's hilarious. Kevin Spacey has AIDS in it, and the Ebola virus. Something happens to him, but it's a lot of fun. Still flustered over earlier. I had a stroke, I tell you.
Okay.
Boy.
No, it's good. It's great. Lots of laughs during your video. All is well done.
Thank you guys.
What's the deal with Gilligan? The Gilligan thing is a little bit confusing to me. I don't recall seeing him in the video.
No. I was trying to get my brother to reprise his role as the prostitute, but he couldn't tonight. So I thought I was doing some Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning because I didn't know if we were going to be on or not. But it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David Lynch movie. Just pretend you know what's going on.
When all else fails and you have a half put together idea like Gilligan in the background, you just do it. You know what I mean? That's what I learned at UCB. Is if you have planned your characters, just roll with it and hope for the best. And you did that here. The video was unbelievable. Again, big pop on the werewolf coming out of nowhere. Great stuff, dude.
Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, no, the last video was out of whim. I didn't know it was a normal character, but I was just compelled because Manolo is so hilarious. And so I did
did that video, and I got a lot of good responses, and that feels good, man. I mean, it's a fucking weird time. We have no idea if we're gonna be able to sit in a patio at a Chili's, or if we're gonna, all get whatever it is. It's nice to. I appreciate you guys doing the show during all this.
I have a question. Is that belt that kid's above the bed behind you?
It is, yeah, because it was mine, and he made it his.
It's very small.
Yeah.
All right, bud. Fun times chatting with you. Thank you so much. Again, you're one of the guys with an open invite. Anytime you send us a submission, we're going to shoehorn you right in there. Great stuff, dude. Thank you so much. Very creative. Rabolo, ladies and gentlemen. It's a podcast. What's your social media, Robert?
Robert Land Pod. On Instagram, Twitter.
Robert Land Pod, all one word. There you go. There he goes, Rabolo. Fun times. We're plowing through it. Let's go through another one. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has submitted before, and he's submitted again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Devin Clark. Ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Devin Clark.
Hey, what up, y'all? I used to work at Yahoo. You guys remember Yahoo? Yahoo was a hard job, man. We weren't allowed to Google anything. Google was like the N-word at Yahoo. Don't say it, don't use it. They were very strict. I remember there was a lady there, she was brand new. And she said it just out of habit, She was like, okay, I'll Google it. She was never seen again. It's like, what happened to Pam? Pam's been erased. I need a job, though. My uncle owns a hot tub store called American Hot Tubs. He said the industry's been hitting very hard. He's throwing a hot tubs matter sale right now. It's like Black Lives Matter and so hot tubs. Get your black ass in a hot tub. 30% off. Very disrespectful. I was out there protesting, but I was not looting, okay? I was angry, but I'm also unemployed. Like, can I loot a job? Can I loot gainful employment? I would love to run into a store and then run out holding a career. Like, look, guys, I'm a manager now. I looted this job. I start tomorrow.
Hell yeah, Devin Clark. Absolutely doodly. That's how it's done. Right there. Jokes, baby. Jokes. Hello, Devin. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I was kind of tired. I was on a long ass line this morning. I've been in line for like 3 hours.
Yeah, what were you in line for?
I was trying to get my certificate of vaccination ID. That didn't hit. All right. Okay.
Oh, the COVID callback. That's right.
To out from that. Okay.
Yeah. No, you got it.
I'm starting off strong.
It was good. No, it was good. It was good. I love it, Devin. Where in the world are you?
I'm in Hollywood right now. I'm actually at Motel 6. I've been living here for a while since the pandemic. The pandemic's kind of kicking my ass.
How expensive is that?
Well, see, it's through the VA, transitional housing.
Oh, that's great.
I got out. The pandemic was terrible timing. Like I was renting a room in a house in Reseda, and then I wanted to move into my own place, but I need to save some money. I had to go down for the house. So I said, hey man, I actually need a cousin. Let me sleep on your couch, $100 a month for like a month, so I can save up money to move to my own spot. And I moved out March 1st. Pandemic hit, 15, got furloughed on my job, lost money, so I had to call the VA for help.
That's good, and the VA was there for you. Veterans are doing pretty good right now, right?
Yeah. But looking at Manolo, man, he's looking the complete opposite. Half-naked, gorgeous women in a nice house.
Yeah, he's at
a Motel 6.
He's at a Motel 6. Hotel. I can't believe how good the Wi-Fi is at Motel 6 in Hollywood. That's the thing that's surprising me.
It's off my phone.
It's much better.
It's off your phone?
Famously better than David Lucas's Wi-Fi. Some of the worst Wi-Fi.
Dude, that's off his phone, and he has Sprint.
Incredible. Just incredible. My goodness.
You look so familiar, bro. Where are you from?
I'm from the Bay Area, but I live in LA.
Have you been on my live before?
Say what?
Have you been on my IG live before? Have we roasted?
Nah.
Got it from
I see you in the store. You work there. I see you.
Oh, that's why.
That's
That's probably what it is. Okay.
What branch of the military were you in, Devin?
Army.
Okay. Did you go anywhere? Did you go overseas or anything?
No, man. It was not a great experience. I spent 2 years in the Army just trying to get out of it. Right over there. It's not the kind of job. Put me in, coach. Process.
Yeah. A real American hero right there.
Salvation Army.
Hell yeah, dude. So what have you been doing for fun? You're holed up at a hotel in Hollywood. What have you been doing to take your mind off all the stress?
Well, I've been doing a lot of Zoom shows, but also been trying to figure out a way out of my position. Like I decided to start a t-shirt company. Because nobody's doing that, right? So I got a t-shirt company, and I'm gonna just make t-shirts. I got a good idea for one called Don't Be Gay in Mexico.
Okay, Brian. Okay, right.
Absolutely.
Don't be gay in Mexico. That's a good one.
Why does every black man start a t-shirt business? All my black friends back home ask me, they asked me to invest in a t-shirt business. They're like, bro, you gotta do is buy 300 t-shirts. I'm like,
What else are they gonna sell at the car wash?
hey man, get your motherfucking thong, head ass up out of here.
Shit. Wow. Devin, how long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. And how long ago did you move to Hollywood? Or to LA?
In September last year, Dallas.
Yeah. All right.
I really liked his set though. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
That is a great bit, bro. God damn, that was a great bit, but it's fucking timepiece. It's not gonna last long.
Well, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's more topical type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good
That's
to
a great.
it's good to exercise both. Topical's good when it's
But as
good.
far as t-shirts, Nathan, man, you need to put I chew butt on a t-shirt. I think that was it.
Nah, that was just in that instance with her, bro. I just don't trust that pussy.
Oh my good. Why do you not trust? Oh come on, Brian. No, come on. Why don't you trust Aphrodite's pussy?
Because, bro, she, like, I don't know, bro. A lot of miles. Like, nigga, we talk about dick from the 70s. Don't be
I think there's a TV guide in there. She got the shaft from Shaft.
That bitch got the bullet that killed Martin Luther King in her pussy.
Oh my goodness.
She has 9 of those 10 free CDs you get from Columbia. Okay.
You can hold a Black Lives Matter protest to her pussy.
Okay.
They got a natural history African American museum.
Jesus Christ. This line of David Lucas jokes brought to you by Casa Noble Tequila. Got a Black Lives Matter. All right. Well, Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you or your life? Or your kid? Oh, really? How old's your kid?
5. Got a 5-year-old daughter.
Oh shit, my daughter's the same age, bro.
Really? Okay.
Maybe that's how you guys know each other. Single parent teacher conferences.
They should be friends.
Nah, nigga,
But live in Los Angeles.
I know your daughter not here, huh?
But she's in the other room of Motel 6. No, she lives in Irvine with her mom.
Oh, okay. My daughter's the only black kid in her school, so I know our kids will go together.
Oh shit, that's a brag and a half. Those of you that don't know, in the black community, if you tell another black person my kid goes to the all-white school, that's like that's an argument ender right there.
I'm better than you.
Yeah.
You funny as fuck though, bro. That shit made me giggle, bro.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Really great stuff, Devin. So fun to have your submission. Thank you so much.
I need to try harder with the submission. I know people doing sketches and short films. Yeah.
Hey, be goofy with it. Be goofy with it. Use that set that you have. You know, use the Motel 6 to your advantage.
Yeah, we do a review of the Motel 6. Yeah, imagine you doing a review of this stupid shit that you see every day, like, whatever.
There you go. Red Band just wrote a sketch right then in front of all of us.
I'm going to do that. I like it.
Right, if you do it, we'll play it next week.
There you go.
Okay. Then I'll put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The Motel 6 sketch by Devin Clark t-shirt available next week. So there goes Devin Clark, everybody. Thank you, Devin. All right. That was Devin Clark. And now, and only now, in your final hour, do you realize the true power of the dark side as I present to you my favorite comedian right now. still fresh and new technically as a stand-up comedian. He is a comedy veteran, and to me, is filling the shoes of some of my favorite out-of-the-box creative people, like Brody Stevens, and so many great comedians that one door closes, another one opens, and this is one of my favorites, the great Michael Lair. Everybody, here we go. Little bit of music for some reason. Here's Michael Lair.
Drug addiction is a systematic failure and worse, targeting. Why does everyone get sympathy except cocaine? Big Pharma has blood on his hands. You fucking coke. Let anyone suck your rich or dick for the sweet cocoa. I sold my son Colin for cocaine. Some NBA players are starting off with corona. Magic nonsense considering a comeback. Positively united. Possibility. U.S. law enforcement agencies talk to each other like a bunch of Rudy Tuesdays. FBI, bye-bye. Take it to your desk with your calculators. Big word calculator coming from the CIA. I say go kill yourself, but at least you're not down back chasing DEA. Slow your roll alphabet soup. Our Caesars pay for your babies in my colonies.
Is there a problem here? No, I all this.
Would you like
Coffee. You know, I whole heart.
Michael NASCAR still employs moron custodians. One left no noose in the garage of the Bubba Wallace. NASCAR plans to investigate, including removing from the gift shop the kids' book, Catch the Goose on the Loose with a Noose. Every sport is stepping up. For over 100 years, MLB has been beyond backward. Donald Trump bragged this week about the U.S.'s booming lobster industry. Sales of lobster up and down. Mail-order bride has never been more affordable, and you wouldn't believe how cheap it is to get a private island dick suck from a child.
Okay, fuck yeah. An unorthodox, wild submission from the great Michael Lair. Everybody. Hell yeah. And here he is. He's with us right now. Are you unmuted, Michael? We gotta unmute you. Hold on a second.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Hello, Michael.
Do you think you're him?
Oh yeah, how are the new Bluetooths working out? We had a quick chat during sound check, and Michael informed us that he has new Bluetooth speakers that he's very excited about. Daddy.
Is there
How are they working out? How are the new Bluetooths?
I love them. They're real high-end, and I can talk hands-free, so I can do my Tai Chi.
Fuck yeah, dude. Looking ripped today.
No doubt.
Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. So how's life going? Big week this week, huh?
But yeah, my dad saw Kid Tony for the first time.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. How'd that own son. What a horrible way to find out.
Yeah, but you know, the gift of laughter soaked all minds.
Oh my
Hey,
Yeah.
Batman, can you bring up the skin first bio?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Have they changed that bio yet for you? This has been
Yes,
this
will
is,
you read it, Tony?
yeah, this has been a long ongoing thing. They finally
Because Louis J. Gomez doesn't like money, but I enforce his hand. All the Hollywood power pumpers lit him up like a fucking Christmas tree. And I got one on one.
okay.
Why don't you read it?
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. They changed it. It was originally Mike Lehrer, and you famously said, "Who the fuck is that?" And they changed it. Now your actual name is there, and then it says, so it says Michael Lehrer, and then it just says Tony Podcast. But get this, Michael's all jacked up from motor neuron disease.
No.
God's hands again in parentheses.
Hey, that ain't right. Redman, what's happening?
Is that the wrong bio?
It ain't right.
That's what you sent me. And honestly, Michael, being honest, I read it earlier, and I think they changed it.
Did they change it on you? What's the
Yeah, Lou's controlling him. It's pretty fair.
wow.
You're gonna get it, Louis J. His name first.
Oh my goodness.
What's going on?
Yeah, this is
Like, honestly, Michael sent me a link earlier, and that's the link.
yeah, they may have changed it again, Michael. It looks like this is going to continue to be an ongoing problem in your life. I know this must be.
And they don't like money.
There she is.
Yeah,
And all I do is make money.
that's true. I don't think.
How you living, girl?
How are you?
I'm lovely, thankfully. Let's do an update on Stacy's wedding.
Okay, how many days?
It should be 21 days, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 1 second.
Dang! Okay, yeah, I gotta order people. I'm gonna go to that order tomorrow. Nothing not done yet. Yeah, again, the cover haven't said nothing about Friday yet, so hopefully we get something soon. But I already got a temporary for what's going on and everything else. Good. Let's look at it.
Excellent. Yes, you are. All right.
Let's go. Oh,
Get something. Hey, that got a lot. That got 6.
Yeah. Nope. Oh, it's line break. I don't know how to. Great. Go ahead, everybody. You got this. Oh, we got that man. We got it.
No doubt. Give it to me. Perfect.
Double toasted. Okay. Well, everybody got this. Let's go.
No doubt. Got it.
Yay! Just right.
Thank you, madam. Get it.
Got one. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. Get it.
Here's the cards.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Almost.
You got it.
No doubt.
Good, Dad.
Thank you, madam. Look at that strike, folks. That's one.
I can't match this, so it's okay. We're winning this one.
Get it.
So finish it, Rabbi.
No doubt. Ooh. Almost. Get it. I'll take it. 90s are good.
Yeah, you win, I win. You did it. Yeah, good job.
Thank you, ma'am. I win, you win. You win, I win. Reload.
Yeah, reload. Get it, man. Let me go. Hold on. Get it. Get it. Get it. Okay. That's see. Oh, yeah. What's the word? I'm the favorite. Anyway.
Give me this. Almost. Get it. No doubt here. Oh, come on. That one in the back. Hiding. Give me this. I'm shocked it didn't touch. Get it. Oh, that was finger slipped. That was terrible.
Good.
Get it.
Good. All right, Rabbi, finish it.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Okay, friendship.
Good job.
Well, good job to you, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, see y'all be here.
Excellent. Let me know if you need anything.
And you're rising tomorrow. You and Rising and Rising Marjorie having a good conversation, huh?
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
good. You heard me, Rabbi?
Yeah, you said Riser and I are having good conversations, right?
Things are looking a little bit rough in Houston.
Yeah, you, Rising, Rising,
We'll see what happens.
Exactly.
no.
Correct.
That's good. All right. But if I need anything, I will let you know, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. If you need something, you know where I'm at. I'm here.
Word, girl.
I didn't even know about this. You're in a race war?
Well, anyway, long story short, a good friend of mine, we butted heads just a little, but it'll be fine. But I haven't tried before give him a stat tip on medical stuff or symptom.
Michael, have you been day drinking today?
A little slower than usual.
You look better. You look better than ever, but you sound like shit tonight. Okay, well, that didn't get a laugh, so now it just seems really mean.
Hashtag tune in.
I made my own bed. You're right. I drank. You're right.
I can't imagine.
You're right. You're right. I'm not myself. I'm not myself. You know what? Alright. I'm gonna get out of here. But I want to tell you a few things. One, Martin Moreau was in my video with me, a friend of mine is stand-up. I'm Martin M. Moreau.
All one word, Martin M. Morrow, M-O-R-R-O-W. That's his Instagram and his Twitter.
Hey,
And you're on Jeremiah's podcast. You're on...
this Ray-Ban has the link, but Nemeth Brothers, every shirt you buy is, they're like triple matching the funds for great charities and helping support what's happening.
Yeah, it's ProWrestlingTees.com, and I have a feeling that Tony already knows this stuff. But,
Yes, I do. I know them well. Very, very well. They have a lot of cool things going on, always. And the Nemeth brothers, of course, that's the great Nick Nemeth, a.k.a. Dolph Ziggler, who is a hybrid, high-level professional wrestler, former WWE champion, could be a champion again any day now coming up, and also a very good stand-up comedian, tours all around the world with the great Sarah Tiana.
look at this. You could just choose any wrestler. Like, I'm an Andre guy.
Yep.
Look at this shit. This is like that shitload just for Andre the
They
Giant.
literally have all the best features there. They have an incredible store that you can walk in Chicago, Illinois. I always go there when I'm in Chicago. And did you go with us?
Me, you, and Soder.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't there.
I said it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Very fun. And you're on Jeremiah's podcast this week.
Yeah, not drunk. So,
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
came out. The previews are in, baby.
Fuck yeah.
Broadway, here we come.
And this is also your 1 year anniversary of doing stand up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and want to hear my first film?
Yes.
I roll my stage, and I'm shaking, and I'm nervous, and I go, when people see me struggling to talk and struggling uncontrollably, they always have the same question. The answer is yes. I fuck on the first date. I fuck with it.
Still funny a year later. Absolutely.
When I'm at work, baby, iron sharpens iron. No, my videos are too long. I'm in the face.
No. Michael, I appreciate your video quality that you've been sending in lately. I love the opening. Like, I saw the unedited version of you typing in the beginning part, your graphic part. Like, you sent that to me. I love it. You are kicking ass, man. I love it. And please, make your videos longer.
Yep.
You're full of shit, cuz.
No. We'll talk in chat later.
Assholes. Everyone has one. And as far as my videos, everyone has a different opinion.
That's right. 100%. I love it. You know you have full creative control. You're given the keys to the car. Especially since he turned me on to this lion's mane. You guys know about this?
The mushroom.
Yeah.
Tony,
Explain it for the audience.
I'm 2 weeks in. Let me tell you something. I was talking with him. Michael and I text a lot. He's a shockingly fast texter. I don't know if he does I don't know whether he fucking uses voice activated or his nose. I don't know how he does it, but this mother...
No, it's not voice.
Yeah.
Whatever you don't know, you know it's not voice.
That's for sure, because that would be some tough... That would be yeah.
And then I go...
I love that thing. I have that too.
Oh wow.
I have that also, Michael. It's so good. Like, you could just walk around the house and like you just have the phone floating in front of you. Now in the future, there's not going to be a thing around your neck. It's just going to be like hovering in front of your face. It's going to be amazing.
Okay. The liquor has kicked in. It's scene number 1.
make all my videos like this.
I love it. Red Band has one of those, but he uses it for a Frosty from Wendy's. He just sips it all day. That's incredible. But anyway, Michael and I text a lot now, and he turned me on to this lion's mane because we were talking about how fucking unbelievable his brain is, and he gives a lot of credit to that, which helps your motor neurons and things like that. It just keeps you fucking extra sharp, and normally I'm not a big supplement guy and all that, but it's been 2 weeks.
What is this? We're looking at this website. Is this the right website?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What's the best one, Michael? Yeah.
His company.
Yeah, there is a specific company.
He's a Rogan friend.
Yeah.
He's on there all the time.
Yeah, I think
But his company makes them.
Yeah, Paul Stanley.
Best one.
He's
the foremost mushroom expert in the country.
And just like magic mushrooms, you know, they have so many different benefits and qualities and this and that, but I've been trying to, sharpen up because I've been fucking, not performing and this and that, and you don't know exactly where your brain is at. And this stuff, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty positive it's fucking working. I think it makes me I get shit done faster and get to relax quicker in the day because I take care of all my crapola early in the morning and clear thoughts. And I mean, I was riffing this weekend on stage after not doing it for 3.5 months. It was my first time performing with lion's mane running through my veins. And I'm just saying,
effects? What's it like?
I just think it's just normal sharpness, just like sort of anything. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I've heard of people that have concussions eating it to sort of like help their rehabilitation.
Yep.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah,
Motor neuron. Yeah. Neuron. It's brain shit. It's good for your brain, is the point. And Michael hooked it up. So
What if you take that and Afro brain at the same time?
Alpha brain?
Alpha brain. I'm thinking of Aphrodite.
Stop fucking levitating.
I'll do the butt.
yes, we hear you, Michael.
Isn't it crazy that David got stone cold sober looking at Red Band?
Everybody's wasted today. Michael, go ahead.
melting.
Yeah.
Alright. So, I know everyone asks you to ask Joe Rogan. And you know I'm not that guy. But tell him you have a friend who is melting. And that's holy mushrooms. If he has any mushrooms, then maybe help me. And I take this mushroom 4 times a day.
Okay, I will ask Joe Rogan. That's not a problem at all. I will ask Joe if Poly Mushrooms has any special mushrooms for my friend that is melting Lou Gehrig's disease a few years into ALS, and if he has anything special that he takes his mushrooms 4 times a day. And if he has anything extra, that would be great to know. Right? Is that right?
Why were you talking shit that you couldn't understand? You got all of it right.
No, what happened is that you sobered up when you saw Red Band as well, and you actually sobered up through this interview as well. Something about Afro Brain sobered up everybody too.
What is he talking about?
Oh my goodness, the sound effects are loud, everybody. Michael, we love you.
Love you, Mike.
Thank you so much. You're the fucking king. You're a god.
Love you guys. Have a blessed every week. And in 5 minutes, I'm gonna start days, weeks.
Yeah, we love it. All right. Michael, we love you. Have a good night, buddy. There goes Michael Lair, everyone. The great Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight's episode, believe it or not, and that is right here. Here's the drawing. Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. How fucking cool is that? It's like a Mega Man type of, is that right? What is that? It's like Mega Man meets Mortal Kombat. It's very cool. That is so cool. That's incredible. Yeah, that is awesome, man. He did that from the start of the episode to now, while you all sat around doing probably less than nothing. He completed that entire project. Just incredible. Every print's available at RyanJabel.com. He's doing incredible auctions right now. He is giving you all an opportunity to get state-of-the-art Kiltony artwork at a fun price, and it all goes to a good cause. Ryan J. Ebel, support your local white artist. You know what I mean? All this stuff going on, people are forgetting about white artists out there, and Ryan J.
You can actually go to his website right now and look at it.
RyanJabel.com. Here we go. We're going to RyanJabel.com for the first time in the show's history. Here we go.
Get out here.
Alright. Heck yeah. Here we go. And then you're going to go to Kiltony. Oh, there it is. Easy to navigate website. Look at that. Look at all that incredible artwork. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. An oldie but a goodie. I remember that episode. Yep. Ian Edwards. You got a bunch of good ones in here. There goes Bert Kreischer and Kirk Fox right there. I remember that one very clearly. Goes on and on. There's so many. That's Sinbad and Dan St. Germain, indeed. And it's Gerard Carmichael, not Sinbad. Sorry, Ryan. My goodness. Anyway, bunch of dates going up, things like that. Everything's happening. Just signed on today to do La Jolla, July 9th through the 12th. Unfortunately, and trust me, I fought long and hard for this, but unfortunately, we can't do a Kill Tony that weekend.
Unless we do like a hotel episode.
I don't know what that means at all. This is, man, do I not miss the days of you drinking during Kill Tony? This is exciting. This is a great reminder of the difference. But I have a new website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. I mean, not new. They just revamped it. It's a little bit sleeker, easier to see the upcoming tour dates, even though never a worse time to have clean, sleek, upcoming tour dates on your website. Perfect timing, Tony. You're such a great businessman. But a bunch of dates are there. I mean, we're going to try our best to make it to these things. It's a nightmare. I'm booked for Miami at the end of July.
Look at Tony's new website.
Look at that. Look at that. Straight to the dates, baby. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I wanted. I said, fuck this shit. Give them the dates. They're like, what about your bio? What about that Kill Tony?
I like it too because you can like click on just the Kill Tony dates.
Yeah, it's very clear now. That was a thing that annoyed me forever. There's Kill Tony. If you want to see me do stand-up, that's Tony Hinchcliffe. There's stuff coming up. Look at this. Go wait, scroll up a second. Let me just show you. Okay, Boston's there, and then Miami's above Boston, right? Yeah, it's pretty much all the highest COVID-rated cities. I turned down Phoenix last week. They're like, you want to go to Phoenix in 2 weeks? It's only on the table for a second. I'm like, no. What are we talking about? Like, do you have a life insurance policy out on me right now? Like, what's happening? Phoenix, Miami, Houston, Brazil. They tried to get me to Brazil. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, it's all Roast Master class is happening. We're having a lot of fun over there. We're at over 100 students on my new weekly show. It's a Patreon thing. So if you're poor, don't even tease yourself by going to my Patreon because it is a show of value. So don't go there and then become completely depressed. Oh, you can't afford it. What the fuck is this? I'll just watch reruns of Joe Rogan. Yes, you will, because you're poor. But if you're not poor, go to patreon.com/Hinchcliffe and join the new class. You get a diploma, a bumper sticker, a bunch of cool shit at Roast Master class. Anyway, here's the rest of the crew. The leader of the band, ladies and gentlemen, as always, my lover, a guy who I've been all around the world with, all right? We talked earlier about afros, butthole, or vagina. This is a man that I would have sex with if he'd let me. Jeremiah Watkins. I don't know. I'm trying to be nice. Hey, there it is.
And he's back, people. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. And Michael Lair is on Jeremiah Wonders this week. We had a great conversation and a lot of fun improv on there. And
hey, will you tell us what the fuck you were talking about earlier, though, with the Will Arnett? Not Will Arnett, but okay, Ryan.
And then I'll actually be at the Tempe Improv headlining a couple nights at the end of July. So I'll see you at Tempe. And good to be back, guys.
There you go. You're getting the weekends that I'm turning down. I'm just kidding. The Tempe Improv, one of the best clubs in the country. Jeremiah is a monster. He's out there doing great material and taking risks, making videos for you people. Doing crowd work, bunch of fun stuff. Jeremiah Watkins, catch him at everything. Joel Jimenez was here tonight. I'm to let you guys in on a secret. He was the ninja. He was the ninja the whole time. Joel, tell us something. You got the Mostly Sorry podcast. You're mostly sorry on social media. What else?
That's it. We premiere the new episode tomorrow. We've been doing live chats, so tomorrow, 5 o'clock LA time, whatever the fuck else.
We love Joel. No one's had more corona scares than this guy. I mean, it is incredible.
Can I just say, too?
Yeah.
When I got here, I don't know, David said something and I just spit flew into my eye. This whole show, that is all I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
I put Purell on my face.
Yeah.
I'm freaking out. I'm gonna go home, probably get tested again this week.
That's good.
So thanks.
That's
Fine
good.
time.
Motherfucker, you good. I ain't got shit.
Damn right. David Lucas at David Lucas Funny. Right?
Yes, sir.
Tell us more.
We'll see what's up, man. Hopefully I'll be in La Jolla with Tony, the things he's talking about. But other than that, I ain't got shit. I just did the American Comedy Company this past weekend in San Diego. Shout out to them boys down there. It was lovely. Thanks for everybody who came out. Thanks for all the Kill Tony fans who came. A lot of Kill Tony fans showed up and showed the
You're goddamn motherfucking right. Kill Tony fans are the best comedy fans in the world. There's no doubt about it. Who would have guessed that people who watch a show where comedians talk to comedians about comedy, who would guess that they would be the best comedy fans? And also David Lucas's episode of he's a guest professor on this episode that just dropped last night on the new Roastmaster class.
He's been tagging me in it already.
And you were an incredible interview. He talks about his method, which is very helpful for people that are just learning how to make fun of people, about identifying people as the animal that they look closest like, and then a hobby that that animal would do. It's incredible. He literally gives you a playbook on how to have silly, fun roast jokes. It's really cool, really awesome stuff. It was 2 hours you and I spent together almost. So, anyway, right, Red Band.
Hey guys, we are recording right now from Death Squad Studios. We do a podcast called Dead Air every Tuesday with Brian Holtzman and then William Montgomery and David Lucas every Wednesday. Check it out, deathsquad.tv.
Fuck yeah, Red Band's about to vomit right now. I haven't seen you this drunk in 3.5 months.
What is this, San Francisco?
Oh no. Good night, everybody.
episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hello, everybody. I'm right here next to you already, Brian. Hello, Brian Redman.
Hey.
Look at you with your mask on.
Feels great to be back.
Whoa. Put it back on.
They're pretty much.
Those are very cool. Yes, we have new microphones and we have disinfected microphones. We're rotating in new microphones as we go. It's an exciting time. What do they call it? The new normal, right? Anyway, it's good to be here. I'm excited about this. We are back at the Comedy Store. There's a parking lot full of people that hopefully are watching the live feed of this show right now. David, you want to go check on that real quick? Instead of looking at your fucking phone, these people are unbelievable. We haven't missed a beat here at Kill Tony. It's exciting. We thank you to Betterbox. Thank you to L7 Studios. Thank you to Death Squad Studios. We've been all around beautiful Los Angeles. Any studio that wasn't looted, we did a version of this show at. We went all around, and now we are back home. live streaming to people in the parking lot. That is what it has come to. How's it looking over there?
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, that's always
We're
good.
back at the comedy store, back at weird things that are happening.
Oh, exciting stuff. Well, in any matter, it's definitely going to be on YouTube in a few days, something like that, right? I'm excited to be here, though. How's it going, David? Good? Oh, it's not streaming. Okay.
We'll figure that out.
Were we? Who's going to figure it out?
Me, that's what I'm doing with my left hand.
Oh, look at that. Well, you can use both hands if you want, because I am so excited right now that I am bonered up, dude. I have a full boner right now, and you look, I know there's a lot of people that have dealt with erectile dysfunction, and you know how awkward it can be to talk about that in person. Luckily, there's a simple, convenient solution to get the treatment you need without leaving the couch. And our friends over at Roman have spent years building a digital platform that can connect you with a doctor licensed in your state, all from the comfort of home. Roman makes it convenient to get the treatment you need for erectile dysfunction right from home.
Yeah, just grab your phone or computer, complete a free online visit, and you'll hear back with a U.S. licensed physician in 24 hours. And if the doctor decides the treatment is right for you, your medication can be shipped right to your door with free 2-day shipping. You also get free unlimited follow-ups with your doctor anytime you have questions or you want to adjust your treatment plan. With Roman, there's no commitments, and you can cancel anytime.
Wow. So if you're struggling with ED, stay home and go to getroman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. That's getroman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. And since you're going to have a big boner, you don't want it to be hidden in all those pubic hairs that you got. So that's why you get Manscaped. They are the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. We've all had some accidents trimming the old pubes. You know, stuff gets wild down there. I had Michael Laird trim my pubes a couple weeks ago, and I have the same amount of testicles as Duncan Trussell now. That's why Manscaped redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created and just released the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0. The third-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology.
I just used this for my first time, the 3.0, man. It's when I tell you it's premium, I mean premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes. You can take a longer shave. I mean, if it's taking 90 minutes, you got some trouble already. The water-resistant technology allows you to groom in the shower. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates grooming areas for a closer and more precise trimming. They've also upgraded the motor. The motor's like insane right now. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show your mower off loud and proud because the intelligently designed stand is convenient charging dock powered by USB technology.
And if you're listening to us speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code KILLTONY. Yippee-doo-dah-day. That's done. We have no guests tonight, as with all of the more quarantine-esque episodes. However, we do have a band, and they, every single episode, commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They disappeared through the back about 15 minutes ago and have been preparing for tonight's show. We have no idea what they're going to be. Maybe it's some of our favorite characters from the past. Maybe it's brand new characters we've never seen before. Let's all find out together. It's the best band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, the return of Chroma Chris, and Joel Jimenez, everybody. Here we go. Uh-oh. I know that music. And so does the, yes, thank you, so does the YouTube algorithm for sure. Hello! It's the Cat Burglars, everybody. The return of the Cat Burglars. How exciting is this? Welcome, guys. very famous characters known for saying, that's pretty much it. I love it. And you guys were also on the 2020 band calendar. What month were you guys on? Oh, you don't know? I remember you guys being on there. They sold out of 2020 band calendars.
That is a technicality. There is a stack somewhere in somebody's closet.
Oh, well, I'm sure it was close. The cat burglars are here. I'm excited. Your name's just Cat Burglar, right?
Cat burglar.
And you're also Cat Burglar?
Cat burglar too.
Cat Burglar too.
I can't give my identity, but I do have to be completely honest. Business has been a little slow right now because everyone's at fucking home. It is very hard to sneak in if you're at fucking home.
You didn't have an accent there for a second, and then it came
They do
out.
not have accents, right?
I'm good at disguising.
It's an American cat burglar. Okie dokie, and
like this?
what do we got back there? What's your name, little cowboy?
Phil. It's fun watching Chroma figure out what the room is like with the audience for the first time. Anyway, back to you in the studio. So,
Right.
it was just as good seeing Joel figure out the audience for the first time.
I love this. You guys are having a cat fight, a cat burglar fight.
It's true, we are stealing Tony's time right now.
Hey, well, welcome, guys. I'm glad that you're here. We're gonna have some fun today. And this, the return episode to the Comedy Store. Very exciting stuff. I haven't seen Cat Burglar 2 reminds me of a guy I haven't seen in months named Chroma Chris, and I'm very excited to be this close to someone like you.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Okie dokie. On with the show we go, and I have some exciting stuff. We have some people are here, and we also have the Bucket of Destiny is active tonight. There are a grand total of 4 predetermined healthy people in the Bucket of Destiny tonight, and some new, a couple old, and we're gonna see how it goes. But first, to get the show started with a bang, ladies and gentlemen, a legend on this show. You have to wait like a professional. He is the longest tenured regular in the history of the show. He is known as the Big Red Machine. This is his first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. He was so excited that he almost ran up on the stage before I even said anything about him at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return to get things started of William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is. Wow.
What's up, y'all? I'm now Hispanic. You can call me Selena. I do have COVID-14. I am making a sequel to Saving Silverman. It's where I convince Jonathan Silverman not to jump. Did anyone else think the granny at Mrs. Doubtfire looked like Robin Williams? All it takes is a tongue to make the peace sign vulgar. That's a pussy joke. I'm making a new butterfly effect movie, but every time the story is retold, you just end up being a basketball player. Mitch told me that. That didn't work, you piece of shit. If we're talking about Syria, we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Brandon.
Fuck yeah, William Montgomery. The return of William Montgomery. William, how are
It's
you?
so nice to be here. I feel a breeze on my penis. Is it showing?
No, well, actually, your zipper is down.
Now, you said you broke your shorts last week. You told me this. You still haven't fixed them or bought any.
Yeah, I gained weight. Now I bought a size 40 waist. And it turned out to be too big. It was a little too husky.
Let me see. What do you have, a belt there? Yeah, you do. You have a little elastic belt. Oh my God! Look at your stuff.
Basically, I'm still working at the storage unit place. I think I'm fired now. When I was showing someone, I don't know, tip my 10, tip my 15 something, telling them the amenities, and I felt a breeze on my penis. And I looked down, and my penis was poking out of my boxers.
Is that true?
It's true.
So it was out of your boxers and out of the open hole in your pants?
It was just, my penis head was just out of my boxers.
How about your pubic hair? Have you been manscaping?
I have never messed with my pubes. So that's a little beef I got with y'all with the manscaping.
Yeah.
I think the women like a full bush.
They do. But you've never even seen their reaction to anything else?
No, I have. In South Korea 2 years ago, I was there. The women were like, "Oh, you have red. Oh, you have red hair."
Wait, what do they say?
"Oh, you have red hair."
You have red what?
Hair.
Oh, red hair. That's what.
"Oh, you have red hair."
Oh, okay.
And I showed her my pubes, and some of my pubes are longer than my penis.
Yep. Yeah, you need to manscape.
Dude, I'm not manscaping. What were you just saying? Who said that?
It was the cat burglar, right?
I'm glad it wasn't you, you motherfucker.
Oh, cat burglar too.
That first thing you said tonight was not good.
Wow. What did he say?
Oh, hey, what's up? I Aunt Jemima.
He didn't even say that, William.
He's a racist piece of shit from Arkansas. He went to the University of Arkansas.
Did you just see Mrs. Doubtfire this week for the first time?
I did. I saw that in Aliens 3.
Aliens 3. What an interesting... where do you usually watch your movies at? What library?
In a library. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, Redman, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
Why do you wish that?
I was hoping that was going to get a bunch of laughter. It took me a while to write that one.
Not even people in the room.
Hey, Redman, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
William, what'd you do this week? Anything healthy?
I got my review back from work literally after 2 years. You would think I was the worst employee they've had. I didn't get a raise. I still make minimum wage after 2 fucking years.
But they give you health insurance.
What was that noise? I picture me being with Princess Diana, just with the drunk guy driving, just him making that noise before he hits the pole.
That's actually what happened. There it is. That's exactly. So, William, 2 years minimum wage still at this job, and they give you health insurance. Is that correct?
They do.
And do you ever use that health insurance?
I do.
What did you use it for during the pandemic?
I have what people call a
hammer toe,
a ascending testicle. I have a testicle in my ball sack that goes up into my tummy. I had to pay.
Is that what that is that protrudes out of your tummy?
I had to pay $1,500 out of pocket.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Michael, shut it down, dude. This isn't working out. And I hate that bitch came with you.
Oh,
you know I hate her, dude.
Oh my God.
Get her the fuck out of here.
Nobody's even over there.
Dude, Michael, you know I hate her, dude.
Nobody's over there, William. You have a lot of anger in you this week.
I do. After the bad report at work, I swear to God, Tony.
What exactly did that report say? Word for word, I want to know exactly what the report
said. I don't do good at the sales calls. It said I have low energy.
Let's try it. Let's see what one of those feels like. I'm calling you right now. Okay, I'm calling you. You pick up.
Hey, thanks for calling storage, etc. This is William.
Hi, William. Okay. I'm interested in having a storage unit. I need to put some shit in it.
What are you storing?
I'm storing a bunch of baseball cards.
What do you need to store?
Baseball cards.
How long do you need to store?
A lot of them.
How are you getting your things here? Car?
Actually, yes.
Okay. 5x5. $77. How does that sound?
Man, you sound like a shitty salesperson.
Come on, Tony.
You started the smallest storage unit?
5x5. You have baseball cards.
5x5. What are you? 5x5.
Yeah, I'm in South Korea right now.
5x5.
5x5.
I have a question.
Cat burglar.
Yes, do you ever rent out your stomach as storage space? Because there's a lot there to work with.
That was really funny.
So, William, what other thoughts about watching Mrs. Doubtfire this weekend? By the way, the granny in Mrs. Doubtfire was Robin Williams. That's why she looks.
Was it really? Oh, no.
Yeah.
What happened to him? He had a disease or something. Why did he kill himself?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, that's
He
mental.
was funny. I loved him when he played the genie.
Yeah. Aladdin.
I loved Aladdin.
You ain't never have fun like
Yeah, I was in Aladdin.
Oh, you were in Aladdin.
I was in Aladdin.
Wow, I didn't notice you there. What character did you play in Aladdin?
I played one of the street urchins with the three Barcy twins.
Judith?
What are y'all fucking doing here right now?
William, don't acknowledge anything that you
I'm
do.
kidding. I kissed one of them one time, and the two brothers.
No, there's nothing going on over there.
Okay.
Just focus on the questions. So the Barcy's,
Wait a minute. What's going on? Why'd you do that finger thing?
What?
Don't worry about it, man. Why are you worried about being funny? What do you mean? I've been waiting. I'm about to lose my job.
Yeah, why don't you bring it to the stage, man?
What do you mean bring it to the stage?
Talk about you losing your job. That's fine.
Seriously, what do you mean?
A lot of heart.
I'm sick right now. They measured my temperature. I have 101.
Wow.
That's a fever in my book.
That's a joke for all the health department people watching live right now.
Yeah, good luck to the piece of shit that talks in this thing next.
Danny up in the bird's nest just put his mask on too.
Good job, Danny, you pussy.
No, don't make fun of Danny. Oh yeah, look. I'm telling you,
I'm kidding, Danny. I love you, dude.
I'm trying to warn you. You can't.
Remember when we kissed 2 weeks ago?
No, don't do that. Oh. It doesn't work. You can't make fun of Danny.
I know, I love you.
Danny,
give me the peace sign.
How's your relationship going? You still with that girl that beat you up?
We're going to Las Vegas tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
We're going to Vegas tomorrow.
Are you gonna take that other comedian that she was fucking before you?
I am thinking about it. It turns out the guy is very nice. We met a couple weeks ago at a bowling alley, just in the parking lot. They're obviously closed, but we met each other. He seems super nice. He's coming along with us to the Bellagio.
Yeah, I know what he is. I bet you guys
Super excited. He doesn't have views. I do. So it's sort of a hodgepodge.
What happened to his pubes? Did they all get lost in your girlfriend's vagina when he was fucking her?
It was an issue of a fire.
Oh. Who's gonna start the fire?
I swear to God. No, but seriously, if y'all ask me, sort of one of my biggest fantasies is being with that guy who brought all the weapons up.
Who's gonna start
He brought all the weapons up to that hotel room in Vegas and started shooting all of those people at the country music concert. I swear to God, y'all, in my fantasy world, when the South Korean chick is looking at my views and I get pissed and I'm hanging out with the guy that used to go out with my girlfriend, I'm going to be clutching on to one of my weapons, break out one of the fucking windows and start fucking shooting.
I noticed you started sweating a lot more when I brought up that comedian that was fucking your girlfriend before, like you're covered in sweat.
I did. I don't know really.
The first 8 minutes you were up here cussing at everybody, having a good old time. I brought up one guy fucking laying pipe at your girlfriend. Now you're dripping with sweat.
What am I supposed to do?
Another story.
What am I saying? You're saying
his
that.
girlfriend's vagina.
Oh.
It's not funny anymore, y'all. I think we're gonna get married in Vegas this week.
Oh my God, are you really thinking about that?
Yeah, I'm really thinking about it.
You should go back to that bowling alley and split.
Can you say that a little bit slower?
Have you ever considered that there's probably never been a worse time to go to Las Vegas than right now?
Do you think it's safe if I wear a face mask?
And their slogan is, what happens in Vegas comes back with you to Los Angeles.
It's true. You might not, if you go to Vegas, you might not be able to join us.
Yeah, you won't be able to next week either to do the Brothers and Cruise.
Come on.
Don't go to Vegas.
Come on.
No, stay in LA.
Come on.
You work for minimum wage in a storage facility.
You know what I heard earlier?
Are you going to go there and put your $60 all on black or something?
Everything's
I
closed.
put it on red. I really do. I'm looking forward to playing with that.
Talking about, the podcast, I loved it. 2 people alerted me, Bert Kreischer and, what's his name?
Tom Segura.
Tom Segura, at the end of their podcast today, they had a freestyle episode. So I love it, but I see that, and it horrifies me.
Why?
And I start thinking, where do you have numbers live? Do y'all think I don't drive a car around? Do y'all think I can't find your pussies on some sort of winding road? Do y'all really think I have anything to lose? Because I swear to God, I fucking don't.
Okay.
I will find where y'all live if y'all keep stealing my shit.
What happened? Oh, that is right. Bert Kreischer famously said
He took my nightmare thing, and then he took the freestyle thing. And again,
What was the freestyle thing? What freestyle thing did you
just at the end, David Lucas and I, our thing, we freestyle.
Oh, I didn't know that you guys.
Some people alerted.
I never made it to the end of one of the episodes of your podcast, so.
That's pretty funny.
Alright, William, fun times, dude. Way to get the party started here tonight. This is very unorthodox and audience-less.
It is so nice to actually see y'all tonight.
Yeah, for sure. This is the first time that we've seen William in months because we're dead.
And the Varsity Twins. Let's give it up for them, y'all.
The Varsity Twins, absolutely. There you go.
Great
I'm
idea.
kidding.
There you go.
It's 3 of them.
William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery. There you go. He touched me. You don't start the fire. Hey, look at that. A new microphone. Shout out to David Deary helping us out big time tonight. Keeping everything nice and clean. Incredible. Thank you, David. Not a big fan for David Deary. Oh, there's only a few people.
I miss him.
Few staff members. Okay, we're going to go to the bucket for the first time in months. How about that? It's the first time in months that we go to the bucket. We're going to see which one of 4 names get pulled out. Oh, this is very exciting. I just hung out with this next man, last night. We are good friends. He is not only a great comedian, but one of the most promising employees here at the Comedy Store, a guy that hangs out late. He's part of the cool kids. Ladies and gentlemen, a good friend of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. Here we go. Mitch Burrow.
Thank you. I really hate being fat. I used to not be fat.
Hello.
Because I used to be in the Marine Corps, but what bothers me the most is that, like, I've been the same size now for 5 years, and still whenever I see somebody that I haven't seen, like, a month or two, they'll come up to me and be like, damn, Mitch, you look gooder. Are you losing weight? And I'm just like, how fat am I in your memory that every time you see me, you're just like, oh, that's not as bad as I recall, actually. I miss not being fat because I used to fuck a lot more. Just at all, really. I used to fuck sometimes. I miss it. I actually lived in Asia for 3 years. Fucked a lot of Asian chicks when I was over there. Wasn't like a fetish or anything, just more of what was available at the time. One of my friends found out that I used to fuck a lot of Asian chicks, and he got excited. He was like, dude, I love Asian chicks. I want to hook up with more Asian chicks. What's the secret? And I was like, well, I moved to Asia. So, I don't know how much you're willing to commit to this. That's what I have to do.
Fuck yeah, Mitch Burrow. Absolutely. Mitch is a great comedian here at the Comedy Store. Very, very happy that you're here with us. We've been kicking it this weekend. We've been hanging out, having fun, and I was able to sweet talk you into coming on here.
Yeah, I was happy to do it.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's been 3 months since I've done stand-up comedy, which I think was very obvious during that
No, that was great. That was great. I must admit, though, you look great. You've lost a lot of weight since last night.
Yeah, since last night. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like I lost some weight after last night.
Yeah, we had fun last night. Mitch and I'll just come out and say it, we smoked DMT last night.
Wow. We did.
Yeah.
And
Mitch smoked a lot more than I did.
I fucking went to a place, and then I looked at Tony, and I said, oh, you're a bad person.
Wow, you saw that with your mind's eye?
I saw his soul.
Oh, fuck yeah. You don't even need DMT for that thing.
That's very true. You can just do this show and find out.
How did Tony act on DMT? Was he talking about himself still, or?
No, he did say he wanted to watch more reruns of this show, though.
That is true. I do love watching reruns of this show.
There was a certain duality to it, though, because, like, even though he scared me, I still, like, grabbed onto his shoulder.
He wouldn't let go of
And
me.
I was like, you're my anchor, and I need you, because I can't go to this place again.
Yeah, I was keeping him, even though I'm a dark spirit, I was keeping him right where he wanted to be.
When people smoke DMT, they see God. Tony just sees himself.
There's the first Joelberg chanted once from someone back there. I like that.
Hey, Joe.
I love that. Yeah, that was fun.
What did you see in the experience? Did you see any visuals?
I told you, I saw like Tony as a bad person.
Oh, yeah.
That was it. He comments everything. Well, the problem for me was, I don't know if I just hit it harder than everybody.
He really did. He hit it much harder. And I don't know if you even remember this. You did 2 rounds.
I did 2 rounds, yeah.
And he did a lot of funny things. He was killing the entire time for 10 minutes straight.
I should have done it before the set.
He's sort of rough to do DMT around because all he did was talk the entire time while everybody else is just sort of like, wow, wow, wow. Mitch is like, you're a fucking dark spirit. But he also said, it was funny, Annie was sitting there on her boyfriend's lap, and out of nowhere he goes, what the fuck, are you two dating? They've clearly been clearly dating.
Caught me off guard.
And then there was also a dog on Annie's lap. And it'd been there for like 30 minutes. And he's like, oh, fuck, where'd that fucking dog come from?
Are you joking? I don't know if anyone's ever done drugs before, but it fucks with your perception of shit.
Yeah.
And DMT might be the strongest one.
Was that your first time doing it?
No, I've done one of those pins before, but it was my first time doing it with that many people around. I've done it with one person with me, so that was a little more relaxed. This was, and plus, like, no one got as high as me. So then I was like, am I okay?
Yeah.
Which is something I ask myself a lot of times anyway.
Mitch not only hit the DMT pen, he also hit the KFC pen. He has a vape pen that is just the flavor of chicken.
It's just a straw that has sucked gravy out of it.
So that's fun. Mitch and I were having a lot of late nights here, heckling and playing around with the great Don Barretts.
Yeah.
Towards the end here, we were on a real run.
Just constantly trying to get listened. It wasn't working for him, but
You were.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Tony would just make fun of me thinking that I could have sex.
It was great. Oh, the audience loved it. Because you're a
A
good
very
target.
handsome guy.
You're a good target for that. How long have you worked at the Comedy Store?
I've been at the Comedy Store since Halloween of 2018. So,
That's awesome. Halloween's a fun night to start, huh?
yeah, I just put on the costume and then I decided to keep doing it.
Heck yeah. People are like, oh, look, someone dressed up as the Michelin Man for
Okay, that's...
the cat burglars are here. Have you ever burglarized anything? Did you loot anything or anything like that this year?
Just, houses when I was in the military in Iraq.
Oh, okay. Is that a thing that a lot of American soldiers did, right?
Wow, that's very
No, it's like you go into like old bases and stuff, and you're just like, oh shit, a fucking AK-47. That looked cool at home.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, did you take anything that you still have that you really liked?
No, I didn't transport anything that cool back, but I did have some friends that now have AK-47 stuck away somewhere.
Do they like check your bags?
Yeah, like
PSA?
so we worked on helicopters, and so we were able to like take the floorboards out of the helicopters, stick the stuff under the floorboards, and then fly back with like we just smuggled shit back.
Children's shoes and clothing.
I'm glad you added shoes to the end of that.
Wow, that's even creepier.
Just bring it to Leah's fans back.
Oh.
I shouldn't have said that.
Legend.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I fucked up.
No, it's all good. It's all good. There's no Dalia fans here. This place is 21 and over, so. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, Chris. He's not watching.
He might be, actually.
He actually might be.
There's nothing else going on.
He didn't even want to do the show 6 months ago. Now he's watching it. How does it feel, buddy? No, I'm kidding. Again, I'm kidding. Anyway,
just
yeah.
went in the bed. I'm just
What's the youngest girl you ever
roaming
hooked up with?
from service to service, see
Segue.
what's
That's a
going on.
segue right there.
Last year, I fucked a 22-year-old.
Hey, look at
Bored,
that.
about to go to
And
sleep.
the next morning, she
Yeah, I'm
goes,
gonna
so
go to
how old
sleep
are you?
in like
I was
30
oh,
minutes.
he's like, I'm 39. by the way.
I'll be right
I
back.
go, how old do you think
I
I am?
think
She's
so.
like 30.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, I'm 39.
Let me check my
And then she never talked to me again.
Oh my goodness.
You should see you since you lost all that weight.
Yeah. Yeah, you look great, dude. You look great. What kind of, do you do any exercising, anything to get the heart going?
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was wrestling a 19-year-old.
Wow. He was wrestling Curtis's, I believe he's a blue belt son. He is a blue belt.
But
And
I'll be
he
right
was
back.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
All right, big dog.
your world up.
He did beat me
You
3 times.
probably have a good, what did you guys figure it out, 150
I
pounds?
probably weigh 150 pounds more than him.
Yeah. And it was hilarious. I mean, we were fucking
I
dying.
mean, to be fair, he trains.
Yes. Yes.
It was blue belt versus
And
blue
also,
ball.
I don't know, Curtis was here, and he was fucking quartermanning him the whole time. No one was sitting in my corner being like, hey, do this move.
No, we were all
do this
laughing.
move. They were just like, they hit him in the full guard. Okay, put him in it. Like, swing around, get him in a full guard. Like, no one was helping me. So, that's the fucking bullshit that I have to deal with. Okay, I'm fighting on my own out there. I ain't part of the fucking Nelson clan, apparently.
You look like you train though. Like choo-choo trained. Fuck. Yeah, you got choked out a couple. Did you go unconscious the first time? We were all
No, I'm a bitch, dude. I tapped real quick.
Okay,
As soon as I felt his arm around my neck, he didn't even do do it that hard. I was just like, yeah, we're done.
Yeah. Normally when Mitch taps, it's on a drive-through window that's closed at nighttime. Fuck yeah. So, what have you been doing during this quarantine to fucking stay sane?
I do a lot of camping, do a lot of off-roading in my Jeep.
Yeah, you do have an awesome Jeep. In fact, I'll tell this quick story is that one of the days, one of the nights I was out coming, I think I was coming from one of the shows, and I drove by what I thought was Mitch's Jeep, and the guy was actually shaped like him. I got next to him, and I rolled my window down, and this is a true story. I was like, Mitch! And the guy had headphones in, and he turns and he looks at me, and he goes, the fuck did you just call me? He thought I was calling him a bitch. But it wasn't you.
No, he actually knew who I was, and he was upset that you could get us confused.
I love it, man.
Very funny videos. I also, when you guys were in quarantine, you and the other door guys have been making your own series, and it was fun to watch because it kind of made me feel like you guys really do act like that when you're at home, like wear your door guy shirts and things.
Yeah, so we were missing work, and we just decided to start making videos of us checking IDs and shit. And then the first video we posted got 125,000 views.
Wow, that's great.
I had it pinned on my Twitter because Chris D'Elia retweeted it because we included his Netflix special.
Oh, shit.
So I've since unpinned that.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. He must have gotten so many hits on TikTok.
Yeah. I got a lot of new young fans. Worked out good.
There you go. I love it. And what is your social media so that people can follow you?
Everything is Mitch Burrow. At Mitch Burrow, TikTok, Twitter.
MITCHBURROW.
Yeah, man.
Is that different than Joe Burrow?
Oh, he's Burrow. Yeah, he's the quarterback.
UGH.
No, I think he's got an SOB.
Okay.
Or maybe we're cousins.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, obviously, world-class athletes.
Now, you're from Atlanta?
Outside of Atlanta.
Let me ask you something. Look at you. Look at you. I mean, you're a real big...
I don't like the Confederate flag, Tony.
What do you think about the statues, though? What about the statues?
Take them down.
Take them down?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Those aren't my fucking heroes.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
If there was some fucking NASCAR shit that people were fucking up, I'd be upset.
You love NASCAR.
I love NASCAR.
That's right. What do you think about the Bubba Wallace?
I love him. I wish he'd win a race so I can feel better about supporting him.
Yeah, it is weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's got to be some black drivers out there that can win. That's
black
what we really
drivers
need.
ever win in NASCAR? Maybe. Have they ever thought about like jumping out of the car and just sprinting to the finish? Is that an option? Because they're pretty fast. Wow. Stereotype. That's a good stereotype to have.
I think it really matters. I think it's all about the car. I think what car they steal.
Oh my goodness, Red Band. Yes, Joe. You guys all want to do it together?
You know, the problem is it's hard for them to see the track because the windows are tinted. So.
Oh my goodness. What? I was going to say they never finish a race because they keep getting pulled over. Oh, shit. Oh my God.
You know, they banned the Confederate flag from all of the races, but the only race that they really banned it from is the white race.
Oh, that's a goddamn shame. That's one of my favorite races. It's the New York Marathon and the white.
Oh, Jeremiah, I didn't recognize you.
That's all right. Well, Mitch, so much fun. I'm so glad you did this.
Hey, man, yeah, I don't regret it.
I fucking love you. You're an awesome guy on stage and off. And I think that the fans at home watching are, we always introduce them to a lot of people that always blow up, Preacher Lawson. And
I mean, look, they like fucking William Montgomery. I'm like William Montgomery, just not retarded.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Come on. Who do you want your hero to be? Not that fucking guy.
Exactly. You can struggle.
I just want to take William out. That's my whole... I'll come back. Every time. You just fucking get rid of that guy.
Serious joke writers hate silly people. It's just the nature of the game. William's silly. Andy's in your weight class. And that's... You know what I mean? You guys are competitive. You guys are going out for the same rolls. Jelly rolls and dinner rolls. And...
All right. Thanks. I enjoyed it.
Mitch Burrow, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah, Mitch. Fun times. Oh. Yeah.
Did he start off at the La Jolla Comedy Store? Is that
I believe he started off in Atlanta, right, Mitch? Seattle. Hell yeah. Absolutely fucking doodling. Alright, we're gonna go back to the bucket again. We're back to the bucket again. And your next comedian, I know this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, he is about to go on stage for the very first time in his entire life. He became one of everybody's favorite employees here at the Comedy Store when he started. Definitely one of my favorite employees. I made sure nobody ever picked on this kid. I absolutely love him with all my heart. Super silly guy. I coined his nickname that everybody calls him for him, and that name is Cackles, everyone. His very first time on stage. Here. Cackles! Here he is. Cackles.
You can tell the way I look. My mom used to clean condos. I believe that Filipino girls are the poor guy's Chinese girlfriends. I used to date a Latina girl, and then I realized Filipino girls are mixed with both, and I realized I can have a wife without cheating. Oh, shit. I believe you're not living life until you get molested. I don't have much. Okay. No, I don't. No.
Cackles, everybody. In and out. 36 seconds of bloody murder.
I missed you. I missed everybody.
That was incredible, Cackles. That was great. You have a very unorthodox style of half-written jokes, and I like it. Straight from the heart. Straight from the heart of life. I love it. As you can tell by the way I look, you can tell my mom used to clean condos.
I go around telling school, like all the teachers that moms clean condoms.
Oh, condoms.
Yeah.
Oh, because you thought that it was, you got them confused. You thought it was condoms. I love that. That's adorable. Cackles gained popularity here very quickly by being just a very positive guy around the comedy club. He runs food. He runs it fast, runs it hard. You've been staying in shape during this quarantine?
Of course, yes.
Yeah?
I've been practicing running the chicken at the house.
You still practice running chicken tenders even while you're at home. That's just incredible. I love it. He stays in shape all year round.
You look like you live behind a pawn shop.
It looks like he lives in front of a pawn shop, actually. What part of town do you live in, Cackles? Oh, okay. Have you lived there since you moved here?
Yeah, it's about like 7.5 years.
You brought your mom to the Comedy Store a few times. She's always had fun.
We're friends with your dad, PDC.
Oh, yes, I miss him. I haven't seen him since the lockdown. He's always here.
Like he does with all his kids.
Your mom knows how to party. She gets down at the Comedy Store.
Oh, yes, she does. I had a band for her. I was like, Mom, you gotta chill out.
Yeah, I once saw her vomiting in a trash can in the parking lot one night. Yeah, it was hilarious. Poor Cackles was holding his mother's hair back. I'm like, damn. I'm like, Cackles is hooking up with some chick that's vomiting, and then she lifted up her head. I'm like, oh, hi, Mrs. Cackles. I'm sorry. You remember that? You remember
Mrs. Cackles?
Yeah, they call her Mrs. Cackles.
Beg your pardon.
She's sorry, Mrs. Cackles. What does your mom do for work?
She's disability, so yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. What kind of disability are we claiming here?
She has OCD and OCD, I think it's called. And she has like a brain.
More like IC.
And also OPP. She goes down. She's down. You gotta get down.
If you guys drink Faygo?
No?
What does your mom drink?
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, there it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. He's got Mountain Dew energies.
A little bit of champagne, Cackles was born.
Oh, that's all it takes. That's called doing it. Doing it.
Do the do.
My goodness. And your father, what's up with him? Where's he at?
I've actually never met him.
Never met him. Well, we got good news for you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Cackles is here! Oh, nothing on that.
Yeah.
But if I say he's going to start the fire,
I was excited.
there he is. His father is here. Has your mom ever told you anything about your father?
No, not really much, but I did find him on Facebook just recently.
Oh, wow. What's that like? Do you message him?
I did, but he asked me to borrow some money.
Are you serious?
Where does he live? Where does he
Iowa still, yeah.
Wow.
I borrow $100, like, what's the fuck? No.
Damn. He opened up with that right away, huh?
He really took like a month to ask.
Wow.
You know what he does for a living?
It's not.
I don't think it's much if he's asking his son for $100 right from
He's
the
just
get.
there on Facebook.
Oh my goodness, this is incredible. This is like the trash that builds up at the bottom of a trash can that has like a liner in it, but like you don't like scrub the bottom of the trash can every single time you take that liner out. Like it's usually like it sort of like builds up.
That's a cackle doing DMT with you.
I mean,
that night.
I would do cackles with them. I mean, I would do.
Whoa!
I would do.
You guys are insulting.
I would do cackles with them. I would do DMT with cackles. That's what I
always
think.
think I'm gay, so come on now. I'm not helping much.
Why does she think you're gay?
Because I had like my tooth move, I had like 2 wisdom teeth.
Your mom thinks you're gay?
Yeah, because when I came up after that, they had me asleep from the aesthetics, and so when I woke up, like, first thing I said was talking about the golden pony and calling me aesthetics.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Scared that you know.
That is hilarious.
Why would you talk about Tony when you're coming out of consciousness?
Have you ever been put under?
Yeah, but the last time I was talk about you, and I see you.
Well, I know you didn't talk about me, but when you came back from being put under, were you thinking weird things or saying?
No, I was more like amazed, like, where am I? Am I at the hospital?
Who was with you?
Ex-girlfriend.
My mom made a video of it too, it's so bad.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta see.
Oh my God! Send it to us so we can put it on this episode right now. Here.
The golden pony? And who's the golden pony? His master. Oh, I think I know it.
What else have you been doing during the quarantine to keep yourself busy?
Oh, not really much, smoking weed, and like, I got a job making masks part-time, and not really much, just trying to avoid it, but just not get sick.
Oh,
Chill out.
you have a girlfriend right now?
I do, yes.
Yeah, where'd you meet her at?
Actually online, on Facebook.
Whoa, look at you making all the relationships on Facebook.
That's how it happened.
An app most people have deleted at this point, but not you. You're thriving over there.
I do.
My goodness.
That's where my fans are at.
So what does your girlfriend do?
Oh, she actually don't work yet.
Oh, wow. Does anybody that you know work at
No,
all?
I'm the one that fucking works. Even my brother.
My goodness gracious. And how did she have money then? By the way, that's why he's called Cackles. I don't know if you guys can hear, but after everything he says, he goes, Cackles. Famous at the comedy store. It's crazy to think that you're like the richest person out of your family and
I know,
everybody.
I'm out of 10, too, it's that shit.
And you're a food runner at the comedy store, which has been closed for months. But they took care of you, right?
What part of Iowa are you from?
Who, Iowa?
Was there a Happy Joe's close to you?
I don't really remember.
All right.
Happy Joe's?
Next better pizza, no longer open.
How long ago?
It's been closed for like 8 to 10 years, probably.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jeremiah has some family members in Iowa. Some very.
Can I tell a story about you meeting my aunt at the show?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, Tony, we're doing a meet and greet after the show, and Tony and Brian are waving me over saying there's a lot of people here to take pictures. I say, I'll be with you at one moment. I haven't seen this family for years.
A couple family members, right?
Yes, a couple family members, and it's my aunt and that whole side of my mom's family that come to see the show in Des Moines, Iowa. And Tony comes over again and is like, Jeremiah, seriously, there are a lot of people here. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they're literally like, we'll wait, we're gonna wait. And so a second line started for a group picture waiting for Jeremiah while he's talking to me. He's fucking, go ahead.
So I introduce Tony to my aunt. I say, Tony, this is some of my closest relatives here from Iowa. And Tony goes without hesitation, well, you must not be that close. I didn't see you at his wedding. and let me paint the picture
Naturally, little boy. This is my poorest side of the family that could not afford to fly to Los Angeles to come to my wedding. And instantly, you see why people consider Tony a bad person on DMT.
Look, I was just trying to connect. I don't even think she heard me over the sound of her oxygen tank. You know what I mean? Like,
One of my aunts has an oxygen tank. That is actually true. She has breathing problems. Tony was roasting her as soon as she went to the car. Very sad affair. I laughed, but I cried on the inside.
look, I mean, that's what they get. They get a little light roasting. I didn't see you at the wedding. That wasn't that bad. I forgot about that too.
I did not forget.
I love it. Well, look at that. Cackles reminded us of the Iowa trash that Jeremiah's related to.
We're connected by the trash.
Absolutely. We're all connected by the trash. I'm Ohio trash. Red Band's Ohio trash. There we go. Joel's family drinks puddle water up the LA River. Puddle water, boy. Chrome actually comes from a good white family. It's like the Bruce Wayne of Kill Tonys. Powerful parents. They were murdered at a young age. Just kidding. Your parents are alive.
Menendez brothers. Actually, just my dad is alive.
Oh, okay. I fucked up again. There you go. Don't do DMT with me, everybody.
No, seriously, thank you, Tony. That's great.
There he goes, Cackles, everybody. His first time ever on stage, having fun up here, kicking butt. We're moving along. Cackles. All right. Here we are. David Deary, we love you. David Deary works with the great, powerful Donnell Rawlings and the new Joelberg podcast. Yep. Literally two of the funniest people I know in the world. David Deary works with all of them. The man behind the fucking mask. He's at David Deary, at MF David Deary on all things social media. He's a great guy and a great help and a great positive energy and spirit to have around. Keeping this thing moving along, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to another regular, everybody. This young man is a hilarious joke writer, hilarious roaster. I'm so excited to see him back in front of a very small audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the great David Lucas is here in the flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. The world is crazy right now. Black people asked for equality, and white people started taking niggas off of breakfast foods. Like, man, I want black people on my fucking pancake box. Don't nobody want no fucking Aunt Susan's pancakes. White women don't even know how to make pancakes. They don't know how to make French toast. They want us to stop saying the word master bedroom. They want us to use the word primary bedroom. Like, that's the gayest shit ever. What the fuck is wrong with the world? I'll be damned if I buy my mansion and refer to it as the primary bedroom. Like, no, I fuck my bitches in the master bedroom. My kids sleep in the secondary bedroom. Pretty soon, you ain't gonna be able to get a master's degree. Like, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna name it. Just call it a celery degree. That's the safest shit you can do to satisfy these. White people are the ones getting mad at this shit anyway. It's not even black people that are mad at these words. That's the crazy part about it. Thank God.
Wow. Minutes go faster than I remember them.
Yeah, right. That was a fast
Well, I
one.
think the quarantine week kind of were lenient on the minutes. Some people like 2 minutes.
Minute 47. My nigga Tony back on the stage.
Look at you, David Lucas. You are back. And by back, I mean you gained all the weight that you lost. David lost weight during the pandemic and then went home to Georgia to visit his parents. Gained it all back, and you are
I gained
back.
like 15 pounds. They gained all that.
My goodness gracious.
Tony sat on a bottle rocket for 4th of July.
That's actually true. I did sit on a bottle rocket.
You put your booty to the sky and started farting.
That's true. I actually took a dildo and I put it in one of those tubes, and then I sat on the tube and I lit the fuse, and the dildo shot into my booty hole, and I made the noise of a firework. Yeah. It's really good. When it flew into my butthole, that's what I sounded like.
Oh,
And I went, ew.
it's so good to be back roasting on this stage.
It is. Absolutely. Look at you. I mean, under the bright lights, it's exciting. You look fucking fantastic. I love the tie-dye, the camo shorts, you're all blended in. You look fucking great.
You got your shit on too, looking like a Russian spy, man.
That's me. That's me. They sent me to spy on you.
Like you was sniping nigga from the gay club.
I mean, that's why I live in this area. I love the West Hollywood area. I go up top on the rooftops and I try to snipe gay people. I shoot them with dildos and booby holes. So, David, what have you been up to this week? What's going on in this world?
Shit, I've been on the road like 2 times.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times. Getting back tight with my exercise and shit this week.
What kind of exercising have you been doing? I know you were at the National Hot Dog Eating Competition this week.
You was putting them in your ass. Motherfucker, I had a hot dog in 30 seconds.
That's it. They call my butthole Joey Bestnut.
Yeah, Tony said, give me mine without the bun.
Yeah. Put it sideways in his asshole. Yeah. They call me Obayashi. Okay. Yeah, it's the Kobayashi, old fucking hot dog eater. So what have you been eating?
I'm still fishing, man.
Just fish? Yeah, but like how much fish are you eating?
I eat a lot of vegan shit though, you know what I'm saying? Like, I probably eat fish like 4 times a week, and other times like
French fries.
Yeah.
You eat a lot of French fries.
No, nigga, I don't.
You have French fry energies.
What kind of energy you got? Quinoa bowl?
No.
Do you eat like Impossible meat or like Beyond Burgers?
Yeah, I fuck with that. Like fat burgers and shit. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't ever get tired of salmon though, bro. And there's so much different types of fish like that you can mess with. Because you know,
like what kind of fish have you had recently?
Snapper, halibut, pollock, king salmon, regular farm raised salmon, catfish. What else? Sea bass.
You ever go down on a girl and it's fishy down there and you're like, I'm used to this?
Don't mess with kind of hose, bro.
No?
What kind of smell it?
What kind of hose do you mess with?
Clean, the ones that vagina smell like water.
Do you ever go down there and then make the U-turn?
Absolutely. Put your finger in the first thing, you know.
You bring the finger up to your face.
Do you ever go down on a girl and bring up a dead bird in your house?
Do you, cat burglar? Has that ever happened to you? Do you do that ever?
A dead bird.
Yeah, that's an interesting
A spirit of an aborted baby, maybe.
Wow. My goodness. I love it. So you're back at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
You are a former employee of the Comedy
I'm
Store.
still an employee, I just ain't working.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant. And how do you feel? Is there anything different? Is there anything how you don't remember it?
Outside of the thousands of people that you rub shoulders with and saying what's up, it's the same. Like, it's just like so dope being here right now to actually be on this stage and, you know, you smell the Comedy Store. The Comedy Store has its own smell. Walking up the ramp and, you know, coming into the little courtyard area and seeing some familiar faces that I haven't seen in 4 or 5 months. So it's a dope experience. And like even at the beginning of the show when I heard the music, I'm like, damn, like just hearing it in this room is way different because you don't have some of the bodies in here to muffle the sound, but just hearing it over the loudspeakers, like, goddamn, I'm emotional right now. So,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. For those of you wondering what the smell is, it always smells like brand new carpet.
Yeah, we get carpet every week.
There's a thing happening right now with them changing. They want to change the team names of the Washington Redskins, the Cleveland Indians. You're the closest thing to a Native American that we have on the show, so I'm going to ask you, what are your thoughts on that?
Actually, my mother's father's mom is a Native American. She left us a whole bunch of land in Georgia, so she
how much land? 40 acres?
Each. So it trickled down to me. I was left 8 acres, and all of us were left like 8 acres.
Oh, that's great. What did you do with your 8 acres?
It's up there. It ain't been developed yet, but about some man with a lake and some animals. I want a tiger.
I mean, it looks like you've already had a lot of bread.
But shit, change is like, bro, I'm getting fuck. Like, symbolism isn't something that bothers me, bro. Like, being from the South, like, in Macon, Georgia, there's a sign at our train depot that says colored weight room. That shit don't bother me because it's a part of our, it's part of our history. Like, when I was a kid, my mom took me there to see it, and she's like, this is what black people had to go through back in the day. So, it was a learning experience for me. And now that they're probably going to remove it, I'll never be able to do that to my daughter.
I was saying this before. They should just make, maybe in Washington D.C. or something, like a huge museum. Take all the monuments they're taking down and have them all in there, so you can be like,
Yeah, but the taxpayers got to pay for that fucking museum. So it's like,
I mean, ticket sales,
I don't know, bro. This shit don't bother me. It's symbolism, bro. It's like when you look at a cross, that's a pagan symbol. A lot of people use that as a remembrance of their Savior. But it's like, you think about Jesus getting his ass kicked when you see that, like I do, So it's like symbolism, dog. It's pagan. So it's like, that shit don't bother me. It's like, we have way worse problems than that than to be worried about a fucking statue.
How about Aunt Jemima? What are your thoughts on the Aunt
Leave
Jemima?
that bitch on the box, man. That shit pisses me off.
I know, it's crazy.
Well, the family of Aunt Jemima are like, no, we want to honor, like,
They
that's
should.
our whole thing.
Yeah.
On the podcast last week, we put up a lot of stuff that had, like a racial past behind, like even the ice cream song.
Yeah, the ice cream song is like the most racist song ever. The one that you hear every ice cream truck.
It's like asking, like, do a nigga want a watermelon?
Yeah,
it's fucked up.
Crazy. Are they like lyrics to it or something?
Yeah, bro.
Do you know how it goes?
Like a nigga want a watermelon? Hey, hey, hey.
No. 100%. I promise it. Really? Let's do it. You've sang some white people songs on the show before. This one's no different. This is the ice cream song. Make sure it's not the Master P version. The Ice Cream Man. The 1998
You got it right there.
class. I got the song.
Nigga love a watermelon. Ha, ha, ha.
No. No way. You're fucking with me. There's no way that that's what the Ice Cream Man song is. Warning, this video contains offensive material. It does not reflect my personal views.
This video was edited with old cartoons, but the lyrics are.
No, this is just an old cartoon.
Might fast forward a little bit.
Yeah. This is the Ice Cream Man song. Okay, we're gonna wait. Alright, this is crazy.
You can look at it on your own, but the shit's racist as fuck.